And hello and welcome to the LRS draft finals tonight. We have the Rattlers versus the Gators. Both teams have been phenomenal all throughout the split, all throughout playoffs. I wasn't expecting Vipers to get 3-0'd by the Gators. So I'm super hyped to see how these games turn out. I am also here with my other two analysts, Salt Sputter and Mr. Gurf of all people.
Hello. Oh my goodness. I can't believe the split's already coming to an end, guys. But you already introduced these teams. Rattlers and Gators gonna be playing tonight. Best of five, and it's for all the marbles, baby.
No,
All the freaking marbles on the line here. So, we have two fantastic teams here tonight, but there can only be one. But I'm excited to see what these guys are gonna be whipping out tonight. What kind of comps they're really gonna focus around. I think again, I mentioned it. The other day on the podcast too about how important these drafts are, and having those flex picks. A lot of these players that we're going to be seeing tonight are very much able to flex some stuff around, bring out some unique picks that are their bread and butter there. So I'm very excited for this best of five coming up in just a little bit.
Yep, it's coming up very shortly, and it's going to be a really crazy series. A couple of these series have gone the distance, and I don't think this is going to be any exception. Both these teams have been playing very well throughout the entire split, so I'm super excited for every little bit of action we're going to get tonight.
It's honestly pretty crazy how many full 5 game series we have had so far this split. Um, we did see last week. What was it? Was it Gators 3-2 over them? Or well, no, it
no,
was
it
3-0. It was a
was
straight sweep 3-0 on the Vipers.
Gators 3-0'd the Vipers,
Yep.
and on streamed
Rattlers 3-1.
3-1. Yeah, 3-1
Yep.
the was it Tigers?
Yeah,
No,
Phantoms. So
Phantoms.
we have these two teams coming in today who have I wouldn't say completely breezed through, but it's not that full 5 game in the semifinals like we've seen with a couple other leagues. So these two teams that are here tonight, oh man, these are the top of the top here. So I'm really excited to see what are we going to go to 5 games? Are we just going to see a clean sweep from one of these teams? I mean, when we've seen it from both sides, you would think maybe things might balance out a little bit there. We might get to see the full 5, but honestly, very unpredictable from both these sides. I'm excited to see what is being prioritized out here on the Rift. But guys, what are your thoughts? Share with me. What's going on inside the head of yours?
My question is, are we actually gonna see a Gwen and a Viego? Because in the LRS draft, it's the least picked champions I have seen compared to all the other leagues that Legends does. I seen Gwen picked a lot in the LAS. I see Viego picked a lot in pre-made in LAS and then pre-made in LRS. But when it comes to LRS draft, it seems like those two champions are not prioritized. Even though it has, when people pick them, they usually stomp with them.
So, how do you feel about the Gwen Viegos that we're starting to see across the board? Do you think we see those more tonight?
I think, with a little bit more time, since I've been given about an extra week here before this game, I think I would expect to see some of those new OPs come through. I want to see the Gwen and Viego picked up. They both snowball super hard. They have great sustain and overall just good champions to 1v9 with. It just really depends on the playstyle of the team, though. You can't just pick a Gwen. It doesn't work into every comp. There are weaknesses that you can't exploit, and the same with the Viego. There are ways you can play around those, so if you know what you're getting into, they aren't necessarily always the best pick, but as long as you're prepared to draft around those two picks, it is completely fine to just blind pick them.
And we are going to get into this one pretty soon, 4 minutes away from when we're supposed to start here. But honestly, these teams might have been saving something up for this last week here, this final. So who knows? Who knows what we could see? Honestly, there's a lot of crazy stuff across the board that I mean, there's one that sticks out specifically from Canatin that he likes to bring up into the top lane. I don't know if we see an Aphelios top in finals, but would it be extremely spicy? Absolutely.
You know what I want to see? I've been saying this from the get go. Hashtag free Sergeant Hades Zoe. Free his Zoe. I want to see why his Zoe has been perma-banned throughout the entire split. I have never seen him played it. Apparently he's a monster on it. So, like, I want to know, like, is the Gators going to ban the Zoe?
Don't get me wrong, when you bust out one of your specialties, it can get some nice work done. So we could potentially see the Zoe banned out again tonight. If it's let through, we might see exactly why it's been banned out so far this entire split. But I think at this point you would probably have some options to the Zoe. She can really hurl those paddle stars from the back line, but if you catch her out on one of her portal jumps, it makes it very easy to essentially target her and kind of hunt her down there. But not to say, when it's in the hands of someone who one tricks it, it's not scary as hell.
When I used to play mid, I actually used to just play nothing but Zoe. And Zoe got me out of Iron. Season, I think 9 is when they introduced Iron. I went from Iron to Silver 1, just playing Zoe.
Well, we got a few minutes left. Well, a couple minutes left, guys. What are your predictions for what's happening tonight? What do we think? Who's going to be out on top? Who's going to be our grand champions of
I
tonight?
think it's going to be Rattlers 3-2.
I'm just gonna be devil's advocate here and go with the Gators. Considering how they swept through LAS draft last split, and they got to keep the moniker going. They got to keep this name alive here in Legends Esports. So I'm gonna give it to them 3-2 for the Gators.
3-2 for Gators, 3-2 for Rattlers. Full 5 games anywhere, but see, this is what makes it so tough because I am so heavily invested in both the Gator and Rattler coin. So either way, I'm gonna be making profits and taking a dip tonight.
It's hard to say what team is going to win because you have Canatim, who's a monster in the top lane, but then you have Esmond on ADC, and then on for the Gator side, and then when you look at and then also Rouge Ronin, don't forget about him too, and then on the Viper side you have Sergeant Hades, you have Nobody, you have Butters, like even Poisonous Viper who's been playing extremely well. Like, it's just hard to say who's actually gonna win.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but I think we're gonna have a fantastic series nonetheless. These teams look ready to go, so I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen in our first game. Well, I think we just gotta do that. We take it game by game because, and we keep our caster curses balanced on either side. So I really like that, guys. That's awesome stuff.
Very true.
I think it's going to be a banger of a series, regardless of what predictions or what we've seen so far. The split, top 2 teams here, crawled their way through the playoffs. Very, very strong wins for both these teams in the semifinal. So let's see. I don't know if it'd be a straight 3-0. It'd be crazy to see something like that in finals. I think both these teams are capable of taking games off of each other. So I don't think we go full 3-0, but again, you never know what happens in playoffs.
Very true. Playoffs are a different breed of games, best of 1s, best of 3s. Those don't really matter here when it comes to the best of 5s. Who has the tenacity to stay through? That's really what matters here. Who has the mental to keep going? That's what
Gators
really
have
in
proven.
these
Don't
games.
forget, Tigers did bring them to Game 5, and Gators did prove that they had some trouble like in the mid game, and then they finally took a step back, thought about their comp, and then they won the entire series. So I don't know if Rattlers had ever had a game like up to Game 5 before. I don't think they have. Unless they did
no, because
scrims.
They got the bye for into semifinals, and then they just they 3-1 Phantom. So this split, they've only played up to 4 games, but again, we have a few of these players across the board who have been playing in competitive for a while, in Legends for quite a while too. So I'm really excited to see these players, like Butters, like Canatin, Ronan, Esmond, Darwin, who've all been veterans here. Of course, all these new players who it's their first time in the LRS, trying to make a name for themselves. They've already made a name for themselves. They're in the finals. That's a big plus. But to crown themselves as champion, have your name hanging in the Hall of Champions at the end of the night. That's what we're looking forward to, and that is what I think we are just about to hop into.
Yep, it looks like both teams are ready, so I'll send you guys off to draft.
Alrighty. Should be rolling very, very shortly, but...
Oh, we rolling, Salt. We are rolling. And guess whose Pentagon is actually working tonight? Guess what?
Yep. Let's go. And with that, we got some bands going for ourselves already.
Yep, let's see it. The Tristana Lee Sin immediately going to be taken off. Nocturne, another great band too. Just having that level of engage, the paranoia can just be such a pain to deal with. Viego going to be taken off. Maybe Gators thinking there might be potential Viego angle here tonight, so they don't want to see it in game one. Rattlers here. What else is a must ban that they have to get rid off the board? We'll have to see.
See that Viego taken away against the Rattlers, which means there's been a little bit of solo queue going on there for them. Picking up a little bit of Viego.
There they go.
Both the OPs off the table already here in game one, and the Greggy boy, the big drinker himself, taken off the table. We saw Stuck Frick Darrow play very, very well on that Gregus, on that explosive task duty. But it's the Zoe.
You gotta keep with it. You gotta keep the 100% ban, but they Rattlers are gonna be one that Lulu. I don't think that's a bad B1. Lulu can pair with a lot of good stuff, and recently on 11.13, 11.14, the Moonstone and the Shield diffs can make such a crazy impact in these very close skirmishes and fights. So I expect, honestly, with the team synergy that's coming from both these sides, I mean, that's a lot. You watch these guys play throughout the regular season. That is where their wins are coming from, is working as a cohesive squad. Lulu's going to definitely play into that for the Rattlers. Gators potentially going for this Diana here, which is going to be, I mean, there's a lot you can do with the Diana, but the main thing is you get in there, you moonfall, you do a ton of damage, and you get a little CC just to top it all off.
Very, very true. Diana, just a very strong pick overall in the meta as of now. Still a flex pick in the mid lane, but mostly used as that super high jungle threat. But the Rakan is picked up here for Riley Mood down in the bot lane, and Rakan, not necessarily the greatest blind pick, but very, very strong into champions like that Lulu, like those enchanters. He's able to get his engage off. He scales incredibly well, has healing and shielding as the game does go on, and has the ability to actually pull the trigger, which a lot of those enchanting supports that are becoming meta don't have the ability to.
Yep, and let's see what the response is going to be to that. I mean, it's kind of tempting to just say, okay, we're going to have to deny the Xayah, but no, Sivir is going to be picked up here for Butters, so love to see that, and let's see what else is going to get paired with it.
The Sivir for Butters, chat's definitely hyping that up just a little bit, so I'm super excited to see Butters play the Sivir, get it rolling, get those boomerangs flowing, and it's going to be a fun one. Sivir, Lulu, very, very safe bot lane, very hard to engage on. You need multiple forms of CC to actually be able to negate that spell shield. But the Lulu also has that polymorph to sort of dissuade that Rakan from ever looking to go in. But the Karth is here picked up for Newbie Jung, and I'm very excited to see that. We did see it back in the other series, and it did some pretty nice work there. But with that, we're going to see the Gators round out their first round of picks here, and we'll see what they do end up grabbing. I think it's going to be something along the lines of maybe an AD carry. They've already picked jungle and support. For the most part, a mid could make sense if they really, really want something that they know is going to get banned phase 2, but I would just expect them to grab an AD carry, like the Kai'Sa, like the Ezreal, who's actually still up. Or even a Xayah, potentially. Oh, it's going to be the Vayne for Esmond, picked up here as that R3, and then they're going to be taken off the table for Sergeant Hades once again. And, overall, good responses here. The Vayne is going to have a great time DPS checking that Sivir. The Sivir has some good poke, but Vayne will always win in that war of DPS just because of her Silverbolt's passive. It just does on a million damage as long as you're able to auto attack that same target over and over and over again. But that's where positioning comes in. The Sylas going to be taken off the table against the Gators. There are some pretty nice ultimates to take away so far. The Hugify is pretty nice, and The Requiem from Karthus is always a good thing to take away as well. But last ban coming in from the Gators, are they going to look to target Sergeant Hades once more? Or are they going to look to take a couple, maybe take a top laner off the table as well? I think that could be something they look to do. Or, no, it is going to be that Lucian taken away, most likely aimed at Sergeant Hades, potentially aimed at the top lane as well. Could be going there for Stuckford Darrow, and the Aurelia will be taken away from Can of Tin. Aurelia is considered an S-tier champion after that mini rework that did just come forth. So, I don't think we're... Ooh. And it's going to be the Corki for Darwin Theory. They're going to grab that one up. And overall, great magic DPS is up there with a lot of super strong mage style carries like that Azir, like that Rise, is able to output just as much damage, just as fast. And it's also very consistent because he is a marksman. Also has some added safety with that Valkyrie. And the package, always a good tool to engage or disengage with. It does a lot of damage and provides some self-peel as well. But with that, the Rattlers are going to look to round out their composition here. Just a couple seconds left on the clock. And they are going to grab up that Gragas that was not banned away. And getting stuck for Darrow on some comfort. Definitely something you want to see here. He is going to be on that tank duty, going to be... he one lane really, really hard with that Gragas. He knows the way around the champion. He knows how to use his abilities to their maximum potential and stay in the lane, stay healthy, and bully out his opponent that way. And it is going to be that Yone locked in here as that last pick for the Rattlers for Sergeant Hades. They have ways in. They have a lot of damage, a good spread of AD and AP as well. They have a well-rounded comp who want to go in, run in your face, and disrupt your back line so you guys can't play that front to back that you want. But with the Gators comp, the Vayne actually doesn't look the worst here. You're able to knock away the Gragas as he tries to go in, and also the Yone, as long as he doesn't get that Fate sealed off. Although, you are still relatively short range. It is going to be all about positioning and kiting away here for the double 80 carry composition, but, the Gragas will have to itemize a little bit differently. I'm going a little bit over time for this list pickup here. We'll see what it is going to be. But, well-rounded comp here, but it is going to be that Camille picked up for Canatin up in the top lane. And with that, compositions are rounded out here. So we'll see where everything is going to go, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be just very, very standard. We're not going to see Camille jungle. That hasn't been a thing since S8. However, maybe something special will happen today. Don't really think it will. But overall, I think it's pretty solid compositions overall. Both teams have some great backline disruption with some great DPS coming in from their champions. They have 3 damage threats or at least 3 damage threats on both sides. 4 for the Gators, Diana, Vayne, Corki, and Camille will always do damage, and the Rattlers have some great burst with that Karthus Requiem, and the Sivir and Yone will always be outputting damage as long as they don't get too far behind in lane, or, throw away their bodies, something like that. But we'll see how things do end up rolling here. I think the Rattlers do have themselves a very safe composition. They can kite back, they can go in with that Lulu, with that Gragas. They have great disengage. They also have some good zoning with the Wall of Pain. Shredding that magic resistance going to help do a lot of damage. But the Gators also can pull the trigger whenever they want. They have the Camille, they have the Corgi who can have package, and they have Diana and Rakan who can always go in. But yeah, overall, it's looking pretty good on both sides. Yep. Overall though, good comps overall. Not much to really critique for the most part. Vayne here isn't the worst pick in the world. it mostly, I do believe, is just going to be for comfort and does provide some great DPS, especially against the champion pool of Stuck Frick Darrow. He wants to play some of those tanky style champions. Oh, and welcome, Wolven.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. I'm gonna fill in for Gurf until he gets back. But looking at the comps, I do agree the Vayne is not that bad into the comp because it's gonna be super hard for the Rattlers to get on top of the Vayne. They're gonna need to use Yon's ult to initiate the fights, or somehow have Gragas, throw his barrel, in a perfect position for him to knock back Vayne to them. But I don't see that really happening because Gators have a kind of like protect the ADC kind of comp, if you can say that, because they have the Rakan and they have Rakan ult, and then they also have Camille with Diana, and then you just have Corki and you have Vayne just pegging him in the back.
Yes, and both teams do want to just disrupt whatever structure that the other has. We have three divers on the side of the Gators who want to go and who want to push for, but Rakan is more of that flexible support who can play that peel, who can look to just shield and protect the double AD carry duo in the backside of those fights. Meanwhile, the Sivir and Lulu just want to be sitting back, pelting with everything they got with the Ricochet, with the Boomerang Blade, while the Yone wants to go in as hard as he can, try and find as many people as he can with that Fates who sealed, pull them in, and the Karthus just wants to sit as that middleman, just dishing out damage wherever he can and find a good position to use that passive to its greatest ability. And
to be honest, his passive, I can kind of think where Rattlers are going here. So they know that Gators have to engage on them, since they can't really engage on to the Gators. So what you would want is that when Camille goes in, when Diana goes in, you want pretty much Karthus to just go in and die. And then you have your passive in the middle of their entire team. On top of, you can also have Gragas can just also disrupt them and put them more into Karthus's passive. And of course you have Yon and stuff like that to also gather them all up as well. It's interesting that they did pick Karthus though. I haven't seen a Karthus in a long time. So it's interesting. Like I haven't seen Karthus in a while, so I don't know how he handles in the jungle at the very moment. But I'm assuming he's still strong, like he was.
He is that very farming style jungler who just wants to get that level 6, level 11 as fast as possible. And, use the Requiem when he's given that opportunity. And I also do expect him to take the exhaust, especially because he is in that jungle, and Diana has a great clear as well. Might want to look for a couple invades, so if that's happening, having that exhaust to lower that damage output as well as slow them down to help guarantee the Skittles. Definitely going to be very helpful there. Karthus, you don't really need that flash. You just want to have an extra combat sum. Having that exhaust, I do think is definitely the play, especially into the quad damage threat of the Gators. And,
Now my
overall,
question is for you, how do you think the Corki-Yon matchup's going to go? Because they picked Corki first, and then Rattlers kind of counter-picked themselves by picking Yon.
I don't really know if that is a counter pick.
I'm just doing the typical range versus melee matchup, so
the difference with that though is Corki is not the strongest laner and also is not the greatest skirmisher until he has that package going. And when he has that 2-item power spike with Essence River and Mana Mune or Shield Bow, either or, that's when he does start dealing damage in these 2v2s. But until then though, he realistically wants to just try and shove waves, but Yone is able to match that very, very easily, and it's also very difficult to trade into a Yone, especially as a squishy AD carry style champion. It's very hard to deal with the Yone. You're not really able to force the issue, which is why the Yone is good into a bunch of those mages who can't lock him down, keep him from using that Soul Unbound. But with that, we should be going over to a quick break as we get things set up for game number 1. We'll be right back, and you don't want to miss this one. This is Grand Finals. Rattlers taking on the Gators. We'll see you in just a bit. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome to game number 1 of Rattlers taking on the Gators. We see the Karthus little bug going as Newbie Jung has already exited the Nexus Fountain and moving towards that mid lane. Going to be there first. No chance of a mid lane invade coming in from the Gators. And, Karthus is the only champion, I think, that's able to break free of the chains of that little fountain wall at the very beginning.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly that works with Karthus, but I have seen people, like, just zoom with him just exactly like what he did with that. But it looks like we just have a standard 5-point, typical 5-point for both teams. I would expect maybe an invade from the Gators since their level 1 is a little bit better than the Rattlers, but
Right.
it is. But I'm really curious. How do you think the Gragas and Camille match is gonna work up here? Do you think it's in Camille's favor? Or do you think it's in Gragas' favor? Because we have seen both Camille and Gragas popped off in different games. But I have never seen them in a game together.
So, generally, it is a very skill-intensive matchup, but for the most part, as the Gragas, you just want to wait for the Camille to use that hook shot, and that's all you have to do, and then you can just cancel her with your own body slam, and then look to land your combo and run away. You also have that grasp to win with those trades. The Camille has the Conqueror, which is very interesting in my opinion. I've seen most Camille's opt towards that grasp, especially for lane phase. It helps them out a lot. So he's going to be a little bit weaker in this early game, but going to scale a whole lot better with the Conqueror.
Yeah, no, I can actually see that. I do agree. Like Conqueror is super effective when it comes to late game, especially with a champion like Camille who has the mini Cho'Gath ult on her keel.
Mini is an understatement, but they're going in on Poisonous Viper, who's gotten knocked up by the Grand Entrance, and it's looking like a winning trade for the bot lane of Esmond and Riley Moo into the mid side. Darwin Theory, abusing that range level 1. That is what you expect, even as the Yone is very strong. He is going to suffer in that level 1 just because he has no gap closer, no way to go in super effectively without having Q2 stacked up.
Yeah, no, that's typical what you see for, Yone. Even when you see Yashua's, it's typical to see that. They need you need the gap closers and stuff like that. So Yone, doesn't really hit his power spec until level 3 when he can press E and go on top of, like, the Corki and stuff like that. Same thing with Yashua, when he gets his E.
And he is going in. He found some good damage there, doing a decent chunk there, trying to get him out. Ooh, Stuck Frick there, not having the body slam just yet, so not able to actually cancel it and win out on the trade there on the top side.
No, what I am curious about is that Yone opted in for a Doran shield. And I think that's actually really smart and really. Oh, let's see.
Yep, mid lane trade, definitely going in favor of Darwin Theory here, trading into a big wave, but Sergeant Hades has that soul unbound, the Ignite is down, Flash in 4, might be able to take him down with that last auto, and he's going to be able to do it! First blood to Sergeant Hades!
And as I was saying, and I feel like the reason he won that trade was because he had the Doran shield backing him up, making him regen and take less damage from the Corki. As you said before, Corki's early game isn't the greatest. And you know what nullifies Corki's damage? Doran shield.
Especially in that early game, the only thing Corki really has going for him are those auto attacks. And he needs to be able to get those off, but, because Yone is able to regen a lot of that up with that Doran shield, as well as having Revitalize, I think he has that. I think that is in his secondary tree.
Okay.
If he has that Revitalize, he's going to be able to heal up just a little bit more. No, he has Shield Bash. So when he does get that double, he'll get a little bit more extra beefiness. Ooh, Riley Moo not able to find that knockup because of the polymorph, and that good engage became a good disengage coming in from Poisonous Viper.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, but it kind of backfired against him, and a lot of I don't know if you saw it or not, but he isolated Q from Sivir hit Esmond and almost killed Esmond.
Yes, and that's just how this Vayne have to play throughout most of this lane. It's double poke, double ranged. It's going to be a rough one for the next little bit here for Esmond and Riley Moo. And it's going to be, for the most part, yes, Vayne will always win out on this DPS check, but you can't really look for the DPS check if you're permanently chunked.
No, and I do agree with that. Like, that's one of the things that you can do against Vayne and especially in her early game, because a lot of people don't realize her early game is one of her weakest points, in my opinion. And it's because, yeah, she does do 2 damage with her W when she's level 2, but the problem is she has to pretty much, like, kite correctly in the early game. Because if she doesn't, she can easily get output, as you just saw.
She also has to focus one target down, but Stuck for Darrow finding the good end of a trade here. Vegas Canatin, and he's winning out on it still, but the Conqueror going to heal up with that little bit of a tactical sweep coming in from Canatin, keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Sergeant Hades has the Fate sealed, ready to go. He can look on this Corki whenever he wants, but we do see Diana actually on that dragon right now, looking to take that one down. The Newbie Jung is going to be showing his face here towards this bottom side. Rakan's there. Ooh, he's found them. He's found them both. And Rouge Ronin trying to take this one down. That's a lot of damage. 950 left on the dragon. Sergeant Hades comes in, finds everything. 5 on the dragon. Going to be taken down by Rouge Ronin. Flash over the wall, not able to find that kill. But this could turn really, really sour. And Rouge Ronin has nowhere to run. He has nowhere to go. He has to run and try and execute. That's his only way out. Is he going to be able to find it is the question. And he's looking to try and find it. He is in that last little brush. But Sergeant Hades knows he's there. He's looking for the last execute. He's looking for it. And the tactical sweep not going to land. Not tactical sweep, but that sweep going to miss from Yone means that Rouge Ronin gets out of there.
Yeah, that was a little early of an ult by Sergeant Hades. I feel like if he would have held his ult a little bit longer, he would have actually probably not have stolen the dragon, since you can smite while getting knocked up. But I think he would have actually secured the kill on Diana.
And getting that kill would have been a good trade there, but Darwin, they were taking a decent chunk here, and that's what I'm saying. It's super hard to trade into the Yone. He even takes a tower shot and is still basically winning out on this trade because he has that Doran shield. But once that Yone hits that level 3, trading against him is just next to impossible.
I know, and I do agree. And as you just saw, the isolation Q on Sivir is just you need to be careful with it. But you also can't underestimate Corki as well. Corki late game, we have seen Corkis pop off throughout Legends throughout the entire split.
Very true.
And we have also seen Darwin Theory's Corki pop off as well.
And Corki is one of those champions that gets online very late into the game, or very close to the end of mid-game, but when he does get online, he is a monster not to be trifled with. He becomes exceptionally tanky with the Mortal Shield Bow, which is what I expect him to go here. Maybe he does opt for the Sunderer build, but I do think overall the crit build, just because of the nerfs towards Divine Sunderer, means that having the crit earlier is a lot more helpful, but they're looking on Poisonous Viper. The Polymorph is down, the stun into the wall, the Contempt is trying, and Butter's trying to find Esmond as Boy Riley Moo just has nothing to go for. One last auto will do. The Requiem's coming through. The shield is not enough, but the heal and Guardian is. It keeps Esmond alive, and they're able to find something in the bottom side, but burn a couple sums definitely worthwhile.
That was a really nice engage by Esmond and Riley Moo, but you gotta get props to the Lulu being able to just kite it out for Butters, so he can just get so much damage on the Esmond.
Ooh, Poisonous Viper might be caught out again. Polymorph is down. The quickness has been used. They're trying to take down Poisonous Viper. Esmond just doesn't get the last tick of damage off. And Lulu's able to walk away with a sliver of HP.
Again, Rakan wants blood. He wants kills for his Vayne, but I feel like he needs to take a step back, be a little bit more not passive per se, but not so gung ho. Make sure that your Vayne's in position for you to actually do damage.
Very true. And at the top side, Stuck for Darrow is just going to win on these trades. He is a lot tankier, has more innate sustain more often. So he's just going to be having a good time here. Going to miss the body slam, though, under the tower. There goes the X-Tech ultimatum, but doesn't mean anything. Neither of them can kill each other.
Kind of what do you expect from this top lane? Like I kind of expected this way to happen.
Ooh, package them used. Darwin Theory went forward, but able to Valkyrie away as well. And it is going to be just about an even trade. The sustain from Doran Shield definitely going to help that one out just a little bit. So even trade overall in the mid lane, but this Corki, just going to keep getting stronger. And the Yone needs to try and find a way to make something happen just a little bit more here. Ooh, Sergeant Hades getting chunked out a lot here by Darwin Theory.
Yeah, he needs to be careful of taking so many of those rockets. They do quite a bit of damage, even though they are, they're not the crit rockets. He still has that sheen to just, do so much damage.
Very true. Adding up damage over time, that's how the Corki works. He doesn't do much in a short trade, but he does oh! There goes the explosive cask onto can of tin, but doesn't mean anything. No, it really doesn't. Able to walk away there.
Well, it does. Well, if you look at it at the point of view, it does push Canopton off the wave, so it's giving Gragas the opportunity to freeze the wave.
Hades.
Oh,
taking a lot of damage there. Darwin Theory, trading back very, very well. Sergeant Hades just trying to use his health as a resource to shove that wave, get that going before this dragon does spawn up here, and. That's what they really want here. Infernal up in 7 seconds. Both sides really, really want this dragon.
Yeah, both sides really want it, but it looks like the Rattlers are kind of they're a little too late for this dragon fight. They need to be careful because not only because they see Camille in the mid lane, but all four members
is not going to find much there. Pushes Viper trying to get out of there. The Hugify comes through. Flash forward from Raleigh finds that. Naaka finds the kill. The quickness comes through as well. TP is coming down. They're looking. Here comes the Requiem. It's going to land onto everyone. That's so much damage, but it's not enough to finish anyone off. They're trying to find a little bit more. Riley Moo is so incredibly low. Darwin Theory is as well. Butter's trying to find something. Riley Moo is going to be taken down by their Yone over the wall. This whole Unbound comes through with that Fate Seal going to go wide, but that doesn't matter as Darwin Theory finds another. But in the top side, Stuckford Darrow going to be taken down. Esmond finds his first.
And the dragon goes to the Rattlers, which is surprising because Gators, they kind of jumped the gun for the Lulu. They saw the TP. They should have went back to the back into the dragon, back into the river, and not try to go under tower because they saw the Yone flanking because they had a ward.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to give props to the Rattlers. Executing really well. They tried super hard, and not only did they pick up a couple kills, but they also pick up the objective as well. And that Infernal Dragon is so much for them right now, actually.
Very, very true. And this is only really a slight gold lead in favor of the Rattlers, so they are able to grab up the dragon, which helps out a lot as this game does go later and later. Infernal scales really well, but the knockup comes through onto Darwin Theory. Sergeant Hades doing so much damage, really winning out on that trade there.
Yeah, and it's not only he's a 2-0 Yone, but he's a 2-0 Yone with one Infernal Dragon and a Noon Quiver with Berserker Greaves.
Mm-hmm. He does have that Q coming out very, very fast on cooldown because of the attack speed scaling. And Canatin, doesn't really do all that much damage just yet. Gragas is really, really tanky. Camille does need some items to actually deal with the early game monster that is the Gragas. Yes, very much winning out on these trades so far.
So it looks like you're getting what you want. It looks like he is gonna go the Immortal Shield Bow since he did go Essence Reaver. So that's actually I think that's better for Corki to go the Immortal Shield Bow for the for the sustain, for the lifesteal, and so he can stay alive longer. Oh.
Mm-hmm. And Sergeant Hayes trying to find a decent trade here onto Dartmouth. They're gonna tank a tower shot, but he is gonna end up winning out on that trade. He has some innate lifesteal, or not yet actually. But Newbie Chung is there. Fate Seal comes through. That's so much damage. It's gonna be a solo kill for Sergeant Hades in the mid lane.
And yeah, I know. I think a lot of people forget that the way Yone ults work, because I didn't know it works like this. But when it hits the very first person, he stops in front of that person.
Yep.
And
doesn't he stop at the very last person that he hits?
No, I think it's the last person, the first person. I don't remember.
Sure
Maybe it's the last person.
Teleporting behind the last champion hit.
Yeah, the last champion hit. Okay, but it's just so I think people forget that he has that little bit of extra range with his ult because because not only can he hit you on the edge of it, but he's also going to teleport behind you.
Yep, teleports behind you, gets that little bit of extra distance to get all your spells out. Yone just does so much damage, and he's 3-0 already, popping off here in game.
With his mythic
has
item.
That shield bow, has the mythic going, has the Zerger's Greaves. And it was actually Carthage who had their mythic first.
Yeah, that's actually surprising that Diana hasn't been able to do much in the game. I was assuming Diana would want to invade a lot more than what Rouge has been doing. But it looks like he's trying to go for the CSing lane. He's trying to go for ganks for his team, but it's not really working out because it's kind of hard to gank. Lanes are having trouble.
It's also very, very hard to invade a Karthus with Exhaust. Exhaust just buys so much time for the rotations of his team.
That's true too.
And it's just really hard to invade someone with an extra combat sum on you.
Yeah, no, I actually did not realize about exhaust until now. Yeah, no, that's actually really smart for the Karthus, because if he, he was expecting Diana to do the invades, he's like, no, he's like, you're not gonna invade me.
If you invade me, you get exhausted, and my team can show up in time.
But it looks like there's gonna be an Ocean Soul. Who do you think the Ocean Soul benefits more?
Ocean Soul, benefits the team with less sustain, but both teams have a surprising amount of sustain, though. So really, I'd say it's basically neutral overall.
I say it
considered.
benefits more the Rattlers because of Karthus.
Mana sustain gonna be nice, but I think it's barely an advantage. If either team has the Ocean Soul, it's just an insane amount of sustain that they're gonna help out with the mana issues that a lot of the champs will have. So either way, having that Ocean Soul gonna help out a lot. So it doesn't really benefit either too much. Like if either team has it, it's just gonna be them winning the game. In all seriousness.
No, and I do agree with you. And it looks like
Force.
yeah, it looks like I was about to say that Kena 10 opted for the Trinity Force. I haven't seen that on Camille in a long time, but I do like the item on her.
I think it's a good item overall, but Divine Thunder is just so strong on melees that I think either way that is just the item you go for. Teleport coming in here, and the Wall of Pain is being used. Newbie Jung just trying to get taken down in the middle of everyone, and he's not going to be taken down just yet. Going to be pulled back by that Condemn, but the Hex Type Ultimatum on the bottom side is able to find Yone, and they're just winning this fight. Newbie Jung is finally going to be taken down. Is the Requiem's coming through? It is going to come through now. It's going to find some decent damage. Shield Bow has been procced. Butters is very strong. Butters can poke them all out. Kennington trying to find the flash forward, not able to find it though. And Esmond trying to peel forward, but the damage comes through from Butters using that boomerang blade, doing everything he can, and it's only the top laner, it's only the support versus the double bot lane coming in from the Rattlers.
Yeah, that was actually an insane fight. I wasn't expecting the Rattlers to just go on in like that, but they did, and they gave quite a few kills over to the Gators, so it kind of benefits the Gators, but also benefits the Rattlers on top of that because it gave Butters another solo kill.
Another solo kill going, stacking up on that tier as well. Butters definitely in a solid position as this game does go further and further. The Gregus was there as well. Everyone did show up. It was a 5v5, so it ended up being a 3-for-3 overall, with the two shorter range champions just not able to deal with that Sivir in the end. But they want this dragon now, and they're going for it. And it's just going to be taken down. They have no way in, and it's going to be the Rakan who grabs this Stuck for Dare, forced to walk away there.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was about to say, it looks like the Gators rotated faster than the Rattlers, was kind of funny because the Rattlers died first, so you would assuming they would rotate faster. But I think it's because the Camille was the one who survived, and so she was just able to heal back up and just stall it out for long enough for her team to come back.
Don't forget, Butters was also very low on mana.
That's true too, but Butters was low, and then Viper was almost dead.
Very, very true. So they can't really, they do have to take that base, and with that, it does mean that two members aren't going to be there versus the one of Riley Moo for that fight or for that dragon contest. So there's realistically no way the Gators or the Rattlers can ever look for that. But now you see Camille winning out on those trades. She has that Mythic going, is going to be doing a lot of bonus damage, but Sergeant Hades finds Darwin through. That's so much damage. Fate Unsealed means that Sergeant Hades finds a solo kill, and Newbie Jung looking on Stuck for Darrow, or with Stuck for Darrow onto Canna 10. That's so much damage from the Karthus. The Magic Shield's doing a lot, but it's not enough because of the Dark Harvest and the isolated Qs. The Skittles are so strong, but in the bottom side, the Condemn comes through onto the Hugify, onto Viper, but Asmund doing so much damage. The DPS is crazy from the Vayne, able to find that solo kill in the 2v2.
People are dying everywhere on both sides. But I have to say that that's really good for Esmond right there. Able to finally pick up a kill onto the support, giving him more gold in his pocket. He's he is behind on the CS lead, but that's typical when you face like a champion like Sivir, who is really good at clearing waves.
Very, very true as well. Butters is strong, but all he can do is throw out spells. His auto attacks just aren't the strong suit this game. So Esmond is going to be king when it comes to that DPS check, and overall, the Gators are going to be kings when it comes to that DPS check. They have double ADCs into a poke, a diver, and a DPS champ. So overall, Gators going to definitely win out on this DPS check, but front to back is going to be a lot easier for the Rattlers because they can disrupt that backline very easily with that explosive cast from the Gragas, as well as that wall of pain to deny space. But Stuckford Darrow might be caught out here. Canaton trying to find some decent damage. Hextech Ultimatum has been used. The explosive cast is going to come out, but he can't get out of the hexagon, and the flash doesn't mean anything when that channeled auto is used.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was a really nice ult by Canaton, and on top of that was really nice rotation by Diana, just cutting off. Ooh.
Sergeant Hades, trying to use that Soul Unbound to get somewhere over. Not able to find it, though. And Butters taking a decent amount of damage from Poisonous Viper. Or sorry, other way around. Esmond finding some good damage onto Butters. And, this Vayne just going to keep getting stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Has the Immortal Shield Bow, though, so that poke doesn't mean nearly as much anymore.
Yeah, so that's exactly what Esmond need. Esmond needed something that can just kind of ignore the poke. Of course, the Immortal Bow can't ignore it completely, but it gives him enough power to just, keep on ironing and keep on proccing his W passive. And doing that insane damage.
Oh, Butters taking a decent chunk of damage. The Polymorph comes through there. They're going forward, using the On the Hunt. Rakan not able to find a way in, and there goes the Requiem. Is it enough? The shields are not enough as the shutdown comes through for Butters.
That was an insane combo by Karthus and Butters right there. It seems like when nobody ulted, I don't know if you saw it, but he got his Q back up again and threw it exactly when the ult hit. So he was able to secure the kill.
Burst of damage.
And and that's what he expected from a lethality Sivir with Karthus.
Now we see these 2-item breakpoints coming online for a lot of the carries. The Camille on that Trinity Force and Titanic Hydra, very strong, very tanky as well. Going to be dishing out some big damage. Corgi has the Manamune and Essence Reaver as well. Very strong with that combination of items. Vayne has that Shield Bow plus Phantom Dancer combination, so she's going to be auto-attacking very fast, going to be trying to get that PD passive going. Sivir has the Manamune Duskblade as well. The Sergeant Hades, Shield Bow and Infinity Edge, that is the 2-item spike that the Yones want to have. The Yones Yasuo players. Having that power spike means you have 100% crit, you're doing so much damage, and you heal from every auto attack you do. And the Karthus can buy so much time with that Zonias as well.
Oh, it looks like
Riley will be caught out here, taking so much damage, and he's using that quickness to try and get out, but the knockup comes through. Sergeant Hades finds a solo kill. With the help, not really a solo kill, Butters was there, but,
I think Butters just no, he didn't
kill.
press ult. I thought Butters pressed ult.
Maybe autoed or queued once, but mostly it was just the damage coming from Hades. Finds Runin though, doing so much damage. Protobelt away doesn't mean enough, and it does not. The flash has been burned. He might be able to find it. A solo kill with the help of the speed up from Lulu once again, and that's 2 for the price of 0. But Camille was able to find that. Darwin Theory. He's gonna be slowed down. He uses that Valkyrie just a little bit early. On the Hunt is used it, but that flash comes out as well. Canaton might be caught in no man's land though. He's trying to find Poisonous Viper, that's so much damage, the huge fight comes through, the Hextech Ultimatum has been used as well, but the knockups, the CC is enough. Canaton gonna be so tanky, gonna be finally taken down, but the stun comes through onto Stuckford Darrow. Newbie Jung gonna be taken down as well. He has no Requiem, but Butters trying to do as much damage as he can, trying to find everything, trying to do everything he can with those boomerang blades, not able to find it though, and Darwin Theory barely gonna live on 1 HP, the burn is not enough, and Esmond lives as well.
And Darwin Theory has proven why he's a menace on this champ, on Corki, even though he had a rough rating phase, because it's hard to fight into a Yone once Yone gets his, power spike. But he hold his own, he put out so much damage, able to pick up a kill on, not just a kill, a shutdown onto the, from Butters. Oh
my goodness, Sergeant Hades just finds a great while they're trying to take that Baron, and Rouge Ronin trying to do as much as he can, but he's able to get away. The healing is insane, but Esmond finds that shutdown with the silver bullets.
Yeah, and that's actually, you do not want to see that if you're on the Rattlers right now. You do not want to see a 700 shutdown goal going to Vayne of all people. You don't want her to get fed, because once she gets fed, it's game over.
Very, very true. Overall, just great plays coming in though from the Gators. And has been picking up some more gold for himself. He's 5-2-4 on this Vayne. 3 CS down. And this game is definitely going the way that they want it to. The gold's where it needs to be. Camille, Corky, and Vayne are the majority of their gold share, and that is incredible to see.
That's exactly what you want to see for the side of the Gators. You want them to see. You don't want to see. You don't want to see just one person with all the kills, especially when you have 3 carries. Actually, no, 4 carries on your team. You have Camille, Diana, Corky, Vayne. You want to see the gold split a little bit further, so all 4 of those champions have an opportunity to carry the game, or just play have the opportunity to just all of them be fed, so you can just dominate the game in general. Because if one of those champions get ahead at least the slightest lead, it's hard for them to get behind.
Now, this game is just so incredibly close. It's only a 2k gold difference at 26 minutes, and that is not that significant. Most of these champions have hit that 2 item power spike, which is where they start coming online. So overall, the power difference from both sides isn't very high, but Sergeant Hades just takes so much damage from Canatin. It's insane how much damage he does. Here comes the Fade Seal. That's a lot of damage. The Requiem's coming through as well, and Canatin might just be taken down. Unstoppable is not enough as Newbie finds that from across the map. Oh, Newbie might be caught out here, Rouge Ronin, but there goes the Zonias. Butters is there, trying to poke him out, trying to do as much as he can. The Hugify is not enough to keep him going, but Karth is trying to output that DPS from the grave. It's just not enough, though.
I've never seen a enlarged Death Karthus before. That was the first time I ever saw that. That was kind of funny looking. But that was a really good ult by Nobody. But sadly, he kind of revealed himself to the entire team of Gators, and he did pay the price for that. But he was able to save Hades' life.
All things considered, the Camille's 3-3. 3-3, right? You think the Yone would be able to deal with that, right? He's 7-2.
You would think.
Just a little strong there, But, yeah, it wasn't even remotely close. Canatin was just hard winning that without the help of Newbie Jung there.
And you would think that in general, you would think, hey, I'm 7-2. I should be super far ahead. But, Camille's one of those champions. It doesn't matter.
Half HP on an auto. Sergeant Hades took half his HP from an auto attack.
It just shows you how strong Camille really is.
And Yone may be strong, but
and what's crazy, what's crazy about it is that Yone had a hard time doing that, but Gragas didn't. Gragas could just go toe to toe with Camille and be perfectly fine.
Not anymore, unfortunately.
Well, not anymore, but you saw it during. Yeah, you saw it in lane, and just wait a minute. How is it that a person who builds full damage can't fight Camille, but someone who has full tank can solo kill them? That doesn't make any sense.
Very, very true there. Third Dragon going over. They're trying to find the engage onto Newbie Jung. He's stuck in the middle of everyone. Teleport's coming through. He does not have the Requiem. Or he does have the Requiem available. He's finally taken down, but on the backside, he's trying to do as much as he can, trying to do as much damage as he wants. But there goes that Requiem. It's going to take out 2 at the very least. No, the shield bow comes through for Esmond. Keeps him alive. And it is going to be a 2 for 5 in favor of the Gators.
Yeah, that was a really messy fight by the Rattlers. I don't know what happened exactly. They allowed Canatin to push way too much on the top side, and then they tried to do a sloppy engage, and the Gators took advantage of that and just killed them. And now the Gators can just get free Baron.
Free Baron going to be claimed up for them. There's not a single way that the Rattlers can contest this, and this game has been broken wide open. They can push waves now. They have the siege power. Generally the Gators don't really have great siege. The only champion that really is good at sieging is going to be that Corky, because he has escapes and range. Long escapes. The Valkyrie does take him a decent far away, as well as that Sheen auto, going to do a lot to towers. So
Yeah,
that
no,
is something
yeah.
to worry about as well. So they now have the ability to push these lanes out, get these last two inner turrets going for themselves, and maybe try and contest some inhibs. It is 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and if you see that Vayne is two shiny minions. And that's scary.
Ooh,
Oh,
Sergeant Hades might be caught out here. The damage comes through. Riley Moo does not find the knockup, but does that even matter? The Fate Seal comes through, but it's only onto the Rakan, and that just means nothing, as Canatin is able to tactically take out Yone.
and you... Oh,
Oh, Rouge Runner finds a beautiful double with the Moonfall, and the engage comes through from the Rakan. They're trying to find the beautiful knockout, comes through, Grant entrance, but that doesn't mean much when you're separated from your team. Canatin finds the backline, goes forward, finds one, and on the backside, Diana finds another. Canatin trying to 1v2. Butters is doing some decent damage, though. The shield comes through from Sterix, but the last auto just obliterates that Sivir, and Stuffrip Darrow has to just watch as the Camille does whatever she wants.
and people call it a mini Cho'Gath for a reason, and you just saw why it was called a mini Cho'Gath. It just... Sivir just was no more. And I think this is... Yeah, I think this is game. This is definitely...
Yeah,
they
that's
can...
probably game. Oh, Stuckford there trying to hold as long as he can, but he just stands no chance against the Silver Bolts, as that true damage is too much. And they're just going to look to end this game right here, right now. They have the siege. They have everything they want. Sergeant Hades trying to find a way in. Trying, but can't find it. As the Gators take game one. But with that, though, Gators take game one. You know, everyone playing very well here for the most part. Both sides had winning positions in certain parts of the game, but it was the Gators who were able to break it open with those dragon fights and finding those picks, using their AoE to their advantage, and separating the back line is how the Gators won game number one. But overall,
Yeah.
you know, it is going to be that key victory coming in for the Gators, playing very, very well overall, just doing good stuff on the map.
And if you just look at the damage charts, like you see Karthus doing so much damage,
Mm-hmm.
and and you saw like the side of Rattlers was doing so much damage, but like the issue is that the Rattlers, they kept on, I guess you can say they kept on going at one at a time, and then they would also, you know, catch up mistakes. So Sergeant Hades, you know, would get caught out super hard, and that's the thing you don't want to see if you're on the side of the Rattlers, because Sergeant Hades was their win con. He was the most fed on the team, and if you take him out, what does Rattlers have? A Karthus that can semi-do damage? Like, because, you know, you have Camille Shield. Camille passive. So Camille passive can just proc and then block his ult.
Very true.
But that was really good game for both sides, I have to say. They both played extremely well, but Gators took the mistakes that Rattlers made, and they came out on top.
Very, very true. And, you know, in just a bit, player of the game poll should be open, so we can send it off to a quick break, or I don't know. Are we doing something different tonight?
I think we're doing the break, and then I think we're going into the analyst desk.
Oh, okay.
Like
So
we
we'll just
do.
we'll just send it to break then. You know, no player of the game for now. It will be player of the series though, at the very end.
Do we do player of the game or player of the series? I don't remember.
Player of the series. I
Player of
believe
the
is what's
series?
happening since we are doing the in between shenanigans there. But player of the series is going to be coming up at the end of the night. You know, vote for your favorite player at the end of it. But with that, we'll be right back as we get things set up for game number 2. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be good. You know, this game was really close, and I'm expecting more close battles coming up for the rest of the night. So we'll be right back to get things set up. You don't want to miss it.
And welcome back to the analyst desk. We're going to talk about the game for a few minutes and then we're going to go straight into draft. Salt, what are your thoughts on that game?
Alrighty, so I think it was a really close game overall. For the most part, both sides. It was a back and forth battle overall, right? No one was just clearly winning up until those breakpoints did hit. It was just fighting left and right. Kills on all sides of the map, everywhere you can imagine. A fight took place. So there's definitely still room left in the tank for either team to find something going.
Well, it was like you were saying earlier about how if Camille late game, gets ahead, or if they have a little bit of items or something like that, they can pop off. And we even saw like Yone was 7-2 at one point, but still could not fight a 3-3 3-3 Camille.
Yeah. Camille's just one of those champs that scales just so incredibly well. Especially when she gets those items rolling, it hurts a lot.
And then not only that, and then you saw Esmond, who just got super far ahead on that vein. He would just it wasn't like how Sergeant Hayes got ahead. It wasn't that he just picked up a bunch of kills. No, he would just get like 1 kill, 2 kills, then another kill, and then to the point where he was just like, okay, well I'm fed now I can carry the game.
Exactly.
And
they fought where they knew they were strong, and they won through those facets. They knew, we're okay on one item, but let's wait for 2. Let's start taking those super big 5v5s when we know we can actually take them. When we have those 2 item power spikes going, when we're stronger as champions.
Yeah, and you gotta love the dragon fights. You gotta love when teams go all out for dragons. Like, those are my favorite fights. It's like, yeah, okay. It's like, yeah, tower dives are pretty cool, solo kills are pretty cool, but I love it when you have two teams of 5, and they're just going at it in the dragon pit. Like that, it's just insane because it's just chaos everywhere, and that's exactly what these 2 teams did. You saw it, like every single major team fight happened was in dragon pit, or around dragon pit, and it's because. The way objectives are this game, dragons are just so important in this game right now.
And accelerating yourself towards that soul point, that's why having priority towards this bottom lane and mid lane are just very important. It allows for roams as well as being able to take those big dragon fights where they matter. And that's just what happens. That's how the cookie crumbles. These past few metas have been defined by dragons, especially ever since the soul became a thing. So that's what you have to watch out for in these next few games, or for this next little bit here in League of Legends. These souls are very important. There are definitely teams that have won without soul, but you just give yourself a much greater chance by securing that gigantic buff for yourself.
And it looks like both teams are ready to get on game 2. Are you ready for game 2? Because I'm ready for game 2.
Yes, I am. I'm ready to get rolling.
Let's get this started. I'm ready to see the drafts of game number 2.
Let's get that rolling. Let's see how it goes, and we'll see what adaptations are made by both sides. It was definitely a close one. So.
It really was. Both teams drafted really well the first game. It just like you said before, once Gators champions started coming online with those items, they just popped off with their champions. So I'm curious to see what is Rattlers going to do to follow up on that.
Definitely. So the Rattlers did show some strong facets. They knew to play through mid. Unfortunately, it just wasn't able to happen. And one thing that did happen, though, is Esmond got fed because of overstepping of the bottom lane there by Butters and Poison's Viper.
It looks like Camille is being out first. That makes completely sense. Camille, Canatan on that Camille was really strong, and it looks like, again, the 100% ban rate of the Zoe.
Yep. No Zoe for Sergeant Hades. Tristana also taken off the table once again.
Another
pretty standard.
yeah, another strong pick. Esmond. I think Esmond plays a lot of Zoe. No, not Zoe. Tristana this season, so it makes sense.
Mhm.
Lee Sin. That's an interesting one. I don't think Lee Sin was banned last.
He was. He was.
He was banned. Okay.
Yep. It was Lee Sin, Viego, Zoe for
Oh,
the Gators.
and then they banned the Gwen. So,
So, you know,
so both Gwen
it is going
and
with Nocturne
Camille.
instead-
Yeah.
Nocturne instead of Camille was what happened last time. So it was
Okay.
Nocturne, Tristana, Gwen. It is going to be the same bands coming from the Gators though. Zoe,
Okay.
Lee Sin, Viego.
Yeah,
So
you-
very similar from the Gators. They don't want to. They don't want to change up what doesn't or what is not broken, right?
Yeah, that,
They're
that
sticking
makes
with
sense.
what
If it's not broken, you know,
Ooh.
but it looks like they're hovering the Nocturne. Do you think? Oh, and they first pick it. How do you feel about that? About being first pick?
I think that's a great first pick.
You think-
Still strong in solo lanes. I don't think the nerfs were enough. It's really only Sustain that was nerfed for the most part. I think his damage is still fine. But he's still like just as impressive as always.
Not only
super
that,
strong-
with Stridebreaker though, the new Stridebreaker, he can just ult and then press Stridebreaker and slow them for so long. Like it's just insane.
They did lower that slow though. It's no longer that 99%.
That
Basically,
is true.
so it's gonna be
Oh,
different.
looks like they're gonna pick the Zinzao. How do you feel about the Zinzao pick? I love it here. I really do love it here.
Very strong early game champion. Has great ganks. Is basically Jarvan 4 with a with
And
a
they
targeted
picked the
knockup
Karma.
and the Karma.
Now, do you think it's gonna be a Karma mid, or do you think it's gonna be Karma support?
Probably support, but either way, I think Karma is one of the best champions in the game right now. She has a great lane phase, scales very, very well, provides so much utility to her team, and even if she's not like winning the lane, she will always be able to neutralize it.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. Karma is really good in both solo lane and in the bot lane, of course. Bot lane, she provides so much utility for her ADC, but mid lane, you can also just roam really well with it.
The move speed is also very, very helpful here, and the Nautilus, the 20 years of CC himself, picked up here for Poisonous Viper. And yeah, he's gonna be grabbed up there. Anchorman looking to just CC everything in his path. But we'll see what the Rattlers do rim out their composition with here. Is it gonna be, something a little bit, is it gonna be that 80 carry? Is it gonna be a potential mid here or a top? No, it's just gonna be the Kai'Sa Nautilus. Known as a very, very strong lane here because, Nautilus provides so many passive stacks for that Kai'Sa, so she could just instantly proc Plasma and then start moving towards her second rotation of it. And
Ooh, so it looks like they picked the Kai'Sa. How do you feel about the Kai'Sa pick here?
I think Kai'Sa's a bad champion now.
You think Kai'Sa's really bad right now?
Yep, I do.
Yeah,
But
I
think
could
Kai'Sa
see
Nautilus is
that.
strong.
But
I think Kai'Sa Nautilus is strong, but Kai'Sa as a champion is kind of bad right now because she struggles into tanks because of the.
Do you
that she has
think
to
they
go
picked? Do
toward.
you think they're gonna pick the Vayne here again?
I think they can. I think it's an option, mainly because Kai'Sa's just not nearly as strong as she used to be. It is going to be that Rakan though locked in, so it's going to be that solo lane Karma.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about them picking the Rakan here. You just told the Rattlers, hey, our support is gonna be Rakan, so now we can just ban 2 ADCs and diminish
Yep.
the ADC
There
pool
you go.
for Esmond. And I wouldn't be surprised if they take out Ezreal next.
So, what I was saying about Kai'Sa is she doesn't have that burst potential that she used to have because they nerfed the damage on Q, they nerfed the damage of her empowered Q, isolated Q as well, and that's basically where she was very strong. She would Q, get her passive stacks off, and chunk you that way, or maybe even just take you out with the help of a Void Seeker or something along those lines. But because of that reduced damage, and the fact that she has to itemize at the crit, she just doesn't really have a place in most compositions here. But paired up with the Nautilus, it does help out a bit.
Oh, and they opted for the Xayah. That is an interesting. You normally don't see it a lot, and comps play as much because people think Xayah isn't the strongest champion. But I really like it with this comp.
I think the Zaya here, they have a lot of great disengage here with the Zhao, Rakan, and Karma. They also have some pretty good engage. Zaya, as a champion, wants to play for disengage here, but it is going to be that solo lane Seraphine to the solo lane Karma. And, Karma are going to be definitely stronger in that lane, but Seraphine just provides so much utility to a team fight.
Yeah, and I really like the Seraphine here because like, I understand you don't like the Kaisa. You said a lot of your opinions how you don't really like Kaisa, but Kaisa with Seraphine, Nautilus, and Nocturne doesn't sound like a bad comp, and they're gonna opt for the Scion Pig.
This comp is relying solely on the Kaisa to do damage.
That is true.
I think unless she gets ahead, this Kaisa is going to be absolutely useless.
Yeah, that is true. If she does fall behind against the Zaya and the Rakan, because do not forget, Zaya has the tendency to self-peel for herself. So if she's able to self-peel for herself, Kai'Sa's not going to have a great time in the bot lane. Because not only do you have to deal with Zaya, you have to deal with Rakan going in and engaging on you. And then on top of that, you have to deal with a Karma roaming down into your lane and with a Xin Zhao on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
And they pick the Mordekaiser. How do you feel about that pick?
I think it's great here. Mordekaiser is very strong into like those tankier matchups, like the Malphite, like the Ornn. He's just able to do whatever he wants. He can just scale up. And if you try to gank him, guess what? To the Death Realm you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. You cannot gank the Mordekaiser. Now the question is, who's Mordekaiser going to take out on fights? Do you think he's going to take the Scion?
Take out the Kaisa.
Or he's going to take the Kaisa? The Seraphine wouldn't be bad to take out?
I think either or is the ideal play. You take out the Kaisa, the Rattlers just have no damage. You take out the Seraphine, their long-range engage has been cut in half.
And someone did point out in Twitch chat that Knock W counters Mord, though. Yeah, it does counter Mord. But the problem... But why would Mord ult Nocturne? There's no point of ulting Nocturne if he can just gonna ult the Kaisa and just take out the damage automatically.
If it was lane Nocturne, I would say that the Nocturne is a very strong counter into the Mordekaiser, but they showed their hand, or they didn't show their hand, they did pick the Scion up, so it does, just say, hey, that Scion's going in the top lane, that's realistically the only place it can go. It's viable in jungle potentially, but I just think that, it needs to scale with the top lane, get that CS going, so he can get those health stacks rolling up here. And that just means that every time Nocturne shows his face in the top lane, Mordekaiser will just pull a Scion into that death realm.
No, I do agree. This Mordekaiser pick is really good for the Gators right now.
Mm-hmm. And, Mordekaiser will just be able to isolate a key target here from the Rattlers. That's going to be very important when these Dragon fights do come up with, or when these Rift Herald fights for early gold here. Now, the Rattlers do have some great teamfight potential. They have the front line of the Scion Nautilus. They have the Nocturne to get onto the back line and grant that Kaisa the Killer Instinct proc. And, Seraphine provides so much utility here. But the Gators, they have ways around that. They can negate a lot of that damage with the Crescent Sweep from Xin Zhao. Mordekaiser can pull away that damage threat potentially as well. And Zaya, Karma, Rakan is just a trio that's very, very hard to kill if you only have one damage threat.
No, and I do agree. My only issue with the Rattlers comp is that all their damage is non-Kaisa, and then they are an all-in comp. They have to all in. They have no disengage.
That's very true. And the Gators want to play that disengage style because they have Zaya. Zaya thrives in disengage comps, or when she wants to peel away, because she's just able to get those feathers down and basically guarantee a gigantic chunk of their HP to disappear in just a second.
No, and I do agree. Like, Gators have a comp that basically says, yeah, you can all in on us, but it doesn't matter because we're just going to just disengage.
Mm-hmm. And, overall, though, I think both comps are solid. I definitely do favor the Gators comp. It has a stronger early game. It has great scaling as well. It doesn't scale as hard as the Rattlers comp because double frontline always will scale very well, but don't forget Enchanters also scale incredibly well. You have the hybrid Enchanter / Engage with the Rakan, as well as the pure Enchanter of the Karma into the Seraphine. So both Enchanters will scale very well into this late game here. But consistent damage will always be laid out by the Xayah and the Kai'Sa. But this Mordekaiser will always be a threat, will always be providing AoE, and if he's able to kill that target in Death Realm, he'll just take their stats and use them against the Rattlers team composition.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. Another thing I want to point out, like, don't forget, Gators was afraid of nobody's jungler, of Nocturne. He was banned last pick, last game.
Nocturne was banned by the Rattlers.
Oh, it was banned by the Rattlers. It wasn't banned by the Gators. Oh, okay. So I'm actually curious to see if.
I think it's more of a takeaway pick than anything.
Because I thought it was the other way around.
Nocturne isn't hard to execute on. He's a very simple champ, but I definitely think it's more so a takeaway from Rouge Ronin rather than a priority pick.
But I feel like I feel like Zen is a lot better than with their comp than Nocturne would be. Because what is Nocturne gonna do when he engages onto Gators' comp? He can't really do much. He's gonna go in on Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's just gonna ult him away. He's gonna go in on Karma. Karma's gonna, speed up, speed away, or Shrila's away. Rakan, you can just charm him or knock him up, and then Xayah can ult, and then Mordekaiser can just put him in the death realm. So there's a lot of things he can't do. So I'm assuming he has to use his ult not to engage, but for just that cover and that vision for his team.
Now, Cover of Darkness does allow for them to find some cheeky angles for the Scion and Seraphine to find some good flanks with. And I think that's the way the Rattlers have to play this. They cannot play a standard front-to-back comp, or front-to-back fight.
No, that's
because they will lose it because the Gators will be able to break through it a lot easier, especially if they are able to kite backwards like they want to. They have a stronger team fight, or a stronger extended team fight, because they have more shields overall, because they have both Rakan and a Karma. So it is going to be flanking from the Rattlers that will win them this game if the Scion is able to find a good unstoppable onslaught towards like a key carry like that Xayah or that Mordekaiser here, or if the Seraphine's able to find beautiful Encore from out of the darkness. That's going to be very, very important here.
But you guys heard our thoughts, our comments on the comps. I'm more favor of the Gators comp, so I'm actually going to go in on the Gators, but predictions are open, and don't forget to vote for your comp and see which team is going to take game number 2. But until then, we will see you on the Rift. We'll be on a quick break.
I'm muted. Alright everyone, welcome back to game number 2 of the Rattlers vs. Gators series. Now side selection is the exact same as last time. Rattlers on blue, Gators on red here. And, we see that Seraphine opting for damage here in game number 2. Has the Dark Harvest as well, so I'm expecting to see either a Luden's Tempest or Leandri's Anguish, potentially even an Everfrost if she really wants to opt for that as well. Give her a little bit more utility damage in that facet. But yeah, overall, I think that's a lot better for the composition because it does grant them the ability to have multiple damage threats rather than only having to rely on that Kaisa. Unless he gets ahead, he doesn't really do all that much, mainly because of his build path. He goes for that Stride Breaker, goes for the Stair Axe, so he's going to be tanky, he's going to be beefy, but most of his damage is going to be very upfront because he doesn't really have those assassin items to rely on to actually finish a target. He has very low finishing power unless he's ahead. But we see both junglers actually opting to start towards this top side, and we could see a fake leash coming in from Riley and Esmond here, and they might get caught out by this cheese. Oh, they could definitely do it here. Riley Moo in the bush. They know he's there. And they're looking on Esmond here. First knockoff comes out onto 2. The pullback comes through. Esmond taking so much damage. Has no pullback. Forced to flash away. Not going to burn the heal just yet, but Rakan might be the sacrificial lamb. Trying to get himself out. He has no grand entrance just yet. And that proc coming in from Kaisa doing a lot of damage. Ooh, hook comes through, and it might just be a very dead Riley Moo. Flash forward, Butters claims first blood, and that's a snowball that you don't want to see spinning itself up here for the Gators. And Rattlers finding that snowball lead that they really, really needed to get. Yep, and the roam to the mid lane means that this stun comes in forever. Darwin Theory has nowhere to go, nowhere to move, but he is able to walk out of that one. Seraphine taking a tower shot.
I just realized I was muted the entire time. But thank you, chat, for letting me know.
And that's not an ideal situation here.
But
Candidatin, though, just looking for that quick base, able to grab up that Dark Seal a little bit early. And, Esmond and Riley just trying to hold this wave for as long as they can. It is pushing away from them.
Yeah, it's really good that you've seen the Nautilus use his advantage as, I guess you could say a hook engaged champion. Because Rakan doesn't like those type of champions. He doesn't like to go up against hook engaged champions. That's why a lot of people like to play Thresh against Rakan.
Like the Leona, the Nautilus, the Blitzcrank. Something that can stop him from going in. And one matchup that I really do like playing here. Ooh, but Stuffrick Dare taking a lot of damage here. Candidatin could look for more, not going to opt for anything else, though. And they're looking on this bot lane again. They're pushing. They're looking for Butters. The root comes through. And this is just going to be a very, very dead Zai. Taking it is Newbie Jung.
And I really like how, I don't know if you didn't see or not, Butters stopped on purpose to give the kill to Newbie Jungle. And that's what you want pretty much. You want your Nocturne to get ahead so he can actually start popping off. Because like you said, if you get ahead in the early game, he can become a menace in the late game.
Very, very true. And giving a kill to your jungler just means you have that permanent advantage there. And that's just so hard to deal with, especially in a volatile jungle matchup like the Xin Zhao and the Nocturne here. Both these champions very strong in the early game, like to find some kills, and they can just take over games through their base damage and end the game before 20 minutes. So giving that to the Nocturne going to be very, very helpful there, pushing him just slightly further ahead. Every little bit counts.
How do you feel about the call that Zaya bought? I think it's really really gold efficient. I think it's really smart. It's a free 100 gold, and as you can see, Esmond has no issue CSing.
Yep, And I think the Xayah just knows that she can't really do much in this lane here. She just has to farm it out, you know. Might as well just kick back a little bit, relax, you know, scale up a little bit with that cull there.
Yeah, it's pretty much free real estate. Yeah, it is. I think what 500.
450.
450. It is 450 a gold, so technically it is a boots and a pot that you could use, or you can get a longsword out of it. But I still think it's not a bad item to get, especially when know that you're having a hard time in the laning phase. You need to get as much of a lead as possible. And like I said before, Esmond's a really good CSer, and he knows how to CS correctly. So I think it's a really smart move on him.
He wants to try and get rid of that cull as soon as possible, and he's already a few stacks down, so that's a good thing. But we also see Rouge Ronin taking down this dragon in the bottom side because they have that priority, but they're going in. Hook lands on to Riley, who able to get away with that battle dance, able to get himself to safety and some decent damage back onto Poisonous Viper by Esmond.
That was
they actually went out on that trade.
That was really nice on Esmond and Riley move, but holy crap, that Nautilus is tanky.
The Nautilus not really taking all that damage.
He took all that damage, and it looked like it just tickled him. And that's scary. I have to say that is pretty scary if you're on the side of Gators bot lane right now, because as a ADC main, it's so.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. They're looking for the play, but the root comes through. The fear comes through. Paranoia might just be enough. The last auto knock coming through, and Butters finds the kill. But Riley, who finds the kill on the backside, Canatin has shown his face. He has the death realm. Gonna pull in that Nautilus. He's gonna be taken down as well. This is just gonna be a 2v2, becoming a 4v2 as Canatin comes through and claims a kill in the bottom side.
Yeah, that was a really nice counter gank by the Gators, but I have to say, Butters, are you smurfing? that was insane. I don't know if you've seen it. He E'd out of like the edge of Xayah's root. If you didn't see that, it was able to just.
The root came through. Esmond rooted.
Did Esmond root him?
Yeah, Esmond rooted.
Oh, Esmond rooted him, but okay. At first I didn't think he did, but like him able to come back and get the kill because of his kiting and because of his positioning, giving a position to where Nocturne was gonna be on top of him, not only him but also on top of with Nautilus as well. So Nautilus and them can peel off of that was just really well played. I'm speechless.
Good paranoia, though, coming in from Newbie Jung to deny the kill from Esmond. If Esmond was able to get that kill, this game could have been broken open for the side of the Gators here, getting that Xayah just a little bit more gold to her name. But, she's not terribly far behind, maybe 500. She's just down over a kill's worth of gold there. If the CS keeps up and if she gets that call... Ooh, Hook gonna go wide though, and Nautilus doesn't take any damage though, and Riley Moo trying to find his way out of that.
And that's a lot of damage, coming out from Esmond. He just has a pickaxe, but just that pickaxe is doing so much damage. In my opinion, I know people don't like Xayah, don't like her damage outputs, don't think that she does much in the bot lane, but I think Xayah's really freaking strong in the bot lane if you know how to play her. And I feel like you have to know how to play her to play her correctly.
That's very, very true. You have to recognize how that champion works. You can't just first time Xayah and make it work here, but Esmond, a little bit versed on the champ, just a little bit here.
And as I was saying before, he's already at 55 on that call, almost completing that call already.
Poisonous Viper. And taking a decent chunk of damage.
And he is ahead in CS, which is kind of weird because you would think Kai'Sa will want to freeze the lane, and build up her CS more since they have that winning lane synergy. But
Onslaught of Shadows was used there.
Oh, it was.
Unstoppable Onslaught. Sorry.
Unstoppable. Okay. It was used to get away because I think Zinzao was up there.
Yep. Ooh, Riley Moo might be caught here. Able to get away though. The auto comes through. The depth charge comes through onto 2. They're trying to pull back Rakan. He has that last dash though, able to get out, and that's some decent damage. Esmond trying to turn it back around, forcing the flash from Poison's Viper. And that is just a 2v2 outplay coming in from the Gators.
That was...
Oh, there's a dive in here. Paranoia comes through. The Alcor comes out only onto the Rakan, and Riley Moo is going to be taken down. Zaya's trying to run. The move speed is enough, and the slows from the smite just doing so much. Ronin has shown his face, trying to take down Poisonous Viper, and he's able to find one, but it's still a 3v2. Karma has shown her face, though, but they have no exit just yet. They have to try and get out. They have the Blast Cone available, and they are going to be able to walk away.
And yeah, and that was a good attempt by Esmond and a good attempt by Riley Moo to try to escape. They tried so hard to get out. Esmond laying a really good RE with Zaya, but sadly it just was not enough to get away.
Esmond played that about as well as he could. Can't really say that he played that poorly in any way. That was a very,
he played. I think
played
he
it
played
about
it.
as well as
he
he
played it. Yeah, he played it really
everything
well.
he could. Just wasn't enough in the end.
And then, but you got to give props to Zen. You know, picking up the kill onto Nautilus though. You know, it was a 1-for-2 trade, but I would take the 1-for-2 trade.
Better than nothing. And they're trying to find Darwin through, but Canatin's here. He could look for something, because Rouge Ronin's on the flank as well. The teleport coming through. They're trying to find Newbie Jung, trying to take him out before the fight even starts, before this dragon spawns up, and it's the shutdown going over to Canatin.
And you do not.
Forward goes Rouge Ronin, trying to find Sergeant Hades. The last auto can find the knockup. One more. He's able to find it. Gonna take him down. Rouge Ronin finds that kill as the bottom lane starts up this dragon here for the Gators. And they're right back in this game.
Yeah, and that's exactly you want to see from the Gators, and you do not want to see from the Rattlers. You just give a 600 shutdown gun to a Mordekaiser. That is the one champion you do not want to give a shutdown goal to. And then on top of that, you had Zen picking up a kill onto the Seraphine, which you wouldn't think it's that big of a deal, but in the long run, it really is, because it's Zinzao, and Zinzao's really, really strong if he can get ahead.
If he can get any lead, you'll take it. You'll take anything you're given. And right now, Unstoppable Onslaught coming through in the mid lane. Flash away, but Rouge Ronin is here. He's trying to find something. He has no flash, though. The root might be coming through from Darwin Theory. Forces the flash. Death Charge has been used on Riley Moo. Has been trying to get out. Will be able to find his way out of there.
And it looks like I don't know how nobody's getting his mythic so fast with not that much gold. But I guess because it's all the kill goal he gained, but nobody is the only one besides, now that Sion got his mythic, but he was the only one with his mythic item.
And with the build path the Mordekaiser is taking, there's no way he gets his mythic just yet. We'll be there soon. But yeah, Riley Moo and Esmond playing this about as well as they could have, considering the cheesy strategy that came in. From the Rattlers, and you take every advantage you can get. So even though they're losing, they're losing gracefully. That's what you really want to do here as Zaya Rakan. Zaya Rakan is a strong lane, yes, but into the champions that the Rattlers have drafted, Zaya Rakan just isn't that strong of a lane.
No, I see over here the Twitch chat's arguing about it. I kind of agree with. I think it was J Power was talking about getting. What is it called? It's not called Ninja Tabs anymore.
Steel caps.
Steel caps. Getting steel caps.
Ronin showing up here. Not able to find the grand entrance, though. The charm comes through. The quickness is there to find two. Paranoia is going to be used right here, right now. They're trying to find Newbie Jung, but Poisonous Viper taking so much damage. The outplay's coming through. Zaya just does too much. Double kill for her. And the flash comes through from Butters, getting him to safety as he watches his two members fall.
That was a really good attempt by nobody trying to counter.
Darwin Theory looking here on Sergeant Hades, and the Karma early game is just too strong, just does too much damage, and it doesn't even matter, the root's coming through. Encore gonna go wide as well. This last auto will do it as Darwin Theory finds a solo kill in mid lane. The Battle of Enchanters goes in favor of the Karma.
Yeah, that was a really, really good good speed up by Karma, speeding up herself to stun her on top of that. Just really good plays by the Gators themselves, giving a double kill to Esmond. Esmond is 11 COs from completing that call now, so that's 300 gold about to be in his pocket.
Oh, Can of Tin is in a precarious position. Is going to be able to heal up with those honey fruit, though.
Yeah, then Can of Tin's positioning, I feel like it's not that big of a deal. He does have Death Realm up, so even if he does kind of get caught out, he can stall enough for a time for his team.
With that Death Realm, it is very helpful. Ooh, Darwin Theory gonna be hooked up here. And Sergeant Hades is there as well. Depth charge coming through. They're just going to be able to burst him with the support damage. Shirelius is burned. Darwin Theory able to get away.
Yeah, sadly, Nautilus doesn't do enough damage. It seems like
Oh, Newbie Jung here.
oh.
Has found Rouge Ronin and Canatin. They're getting collapsed on here. It's a 3v2, and both of them are going to be knocked up here from the Scion. The Crescent Sweep has been used. Rouge Ronin trying to get out of there, trying to find his way out, but it's a 5v3. Darwin Theory's showing up, and Canatin finds the outplay, finds the kill, trying to find something. Rift Herald is going to be taken down, though. Quickness comes through. They're trying to find one, and Canatin has no way out just yet. He has to wait for his team to find the advantage, but they are able to get out.
That was really, really nice play by the Gators. Able to just, not only kill the jungler, but also I think he was able to pick up the Rift Herald on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, wait, was the Rift Herald picked up?
It was by Rakan.
By Rakan? Okay, yeah. Was able to pick up the Rift Herald on top of that. Like, that. And also, another kill going to that Mordekaiser. That's a 3-0 Mordekaiser you do not want to have against your team.
Riley, move your base.
Ooh.
Get out of there.
Yeah, Ryrie almost actually died right there. But as I was saying, what was I saying before? Oh, as I was saying before, I really like how Mord and how Zinzao decided to go for the steel cap boots, because they're an all AD team. They really are. The only AP is Seraphine. You don't really need Merc Treads just for one person. I guess you can say you do Merc Treads because technically of Nocturne Fear. But I don't think it's I don't think it's that much needed. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think the steel caps just provide so much value here because it is triple AD. There is a lot of CC, yes, but, I think steel caps are just better here, especially since the Mordekaiser should just be looking to, split alone and ult the Kaisa. He really shouldn't be getting cut out here by Nautilus or Seraphine CC. His goal here is to take out that damage threat, take out one, so he can let the rest of his team deal with the rest.
No, it's just my opinion. I feel like Rakan doesn't really need the boots of mobility. I feel like the Ionia boots is a lot better, just because it's just so much more efficient, in my opinion. But I understand why he won it. He wants the movement speed. Wants to roam, wants to go in. I just prefer boots of Ionia. But I understand why he went boost of mobility, because it's still a really good item. But it looks like they're going to pick up another Drake. That's 3 Drakes for them.
Cloud Drake just good on every champion here on the side of the Gators.
Really, and not only that, it's insane on Mordekaiser.
Yeah, he gets move speed in the death realm.
Yeah, you get move speed in the death realm. You get, imagine Karma, Manchun Karma E with Cloud Soul.
Oh, the move speed is just too much to worry about here.
So it's just really insane. Also, you have Rakan, gaining the movement speed. Xayah, I guess you could say Xayah's the really one who doesn't really need it, per se.
It gives her ability haste on her ultimate, which is definitely helpful here. And Canatin, just able to walk up here into Stuckfrick Darrow.
I don't think the Soul does. Does the Soul give you ability haste?
The Dragons do.
The Dragons do, but not the Soul. Okay. I didn't remember. I didn't remember if the dragon, it was the Soul that gives the ability haste, or if it was the Dragons that give them
the Dragons. And Stuckfrick Darrow, was having a decent time here in the early game, but now it is the Mordekaiser show. He does have that Rift Maker completed, has the Seeker's Arm Guard, and is just able to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, this Mordekaiser is just super strong, but don't forget that this Scion is also, getting really strong too. He does have his mixed item, he does have his Bramble Vest, like he's trying. I don't think going Steel Caps was the play here. I think he should have gone Merc Treads. I understand why he went Steel Caps, because, technically Mordekaiser does auto a lot, because he's technically an auto-based champion that spell weaves. But I really think Merc Treads is better, because you have Rakan, you have Karma, and then you also have Mordekaiser, who also does magic damage, and also
Merc
have roots.
Are really bad here.
You think so for the Scion?
I really do. There's not really much to worry about. There's no super guaranteed CC other than the quickness. The root can come through from Karma, but you have ways out of it.
You can also nullify the charms and stuff too. Don't forget that.
Yes, but the Rakan's gonna RW.
Well, that's true too. He is gonna RW.
And the W's the knockup, so you can't really use tenacity against
I
that.
was just thinking about it more like an escape item. You can just
I
use
think
it
just
to
goes
escape.
Ionian boots
but-
with lucidity, if anything here.
True, Ionian Boots would be
Yes.
really good here. It would help Sion, get his Q faster and his E faster.
And the
What do
ultimate, which is really
you
important.
what do you think about Seraphine going magic penetration boots?
I think
Sorcerer shoes. That's
she
what it's
wants to
called.
do damage. I
Sorcerer
would rather
boots.
her go Ionian boots with lucidity. It just provides her a lot more.
Yeah,
She's very cooldown reliant. Not so much the damage. She can just go avoid stuff if she wants magic penetration. So I would have just rather seen her go towards that.
I
towards,
really, I
Ionian
really
boots with
like. I don't know. I know we haven't pointed this out yet, but Esmond didn't complete his call. But I really like the items that Esmond went. I really think Gale Force is super, super OP on Xayah, and I really like Essence Weaver. I don't know why people don't like Essence Weaver so much. I always get in arguments with people saying that Essence Weaver is bad on Xayah. Oh, give me a second.
Uh-oh, fight has been found out here. Riley Moo might just be taken down. Trying to flash away, trying to get out. Trellius has been used. But Butters finds that kill with the killer instinct.
Yeah, I think there's a little too many ults they used right there.
They committed 2 or 3.
That
A
was
lot of ultimates.
yeah, that was a lot of ultimates just for one little Rakan. But they secured the kill, so I guess that's a plus. But in the
That's
other
on Riley
hand,
Moo. That doesn't matter.
yeah. Other hand, it's not really a plus because you just use 3 ultimates against 1 support, and now you're giving Dragon Prio to the Gators. So, and not only that, it's Soul too.
Oh, Esmond walked way too far forward. There goes that Feather Storm. Able to get him out of there. Butters was able to get out of that. Poison Viper did have to flash away, though. And Rouge Ronin trying to find something. Not able to find the pullback, but the E comes through. He's going to be able to find that jump, and he is able to take him down. Esmond finds that one. And the funny thing is, Darwin Theory's matching Sergeant Hades, even though he has no damage items.
Yeah, even those, and that's a lot of
Karma-based
people.
numbers
Yeah,
are
a
really
lot of
nice.
people forget how really strong Karma is. I feel like when people see Karma, they're like, oh, she's a enchanter, mage. Enchanter support mage. So she's gonna do like the same amount of damage as like Janna or Lulu. No, Karma is gonna do as much damage as like a Lux if you don't be careful.
Very, very true. The Karma, very, very strong here. But look at the Xayah. She was behind so far in this early game, but she has 2.5 items here. And Rouge Ronin doing some decent damage over the wall. And they're starting up this strength. They want to get this done now. And Newbie Jung has no way in. He has no vision, and they're just gonna have to give up the soul.
Yeah.
And they're going forward. There goes the Death Realm onto Poisonous Viper. That is the support. But Cannington might be caught out here, potentially. They can't really fight him, though. He's just too strong. Flashes 4, finds a little bit more. Dash comes through, but an encore onto 5! Beautiful from Sergeant Hayes, but doesn't mean enough. Stuck from Darrow has found his way in, but it doesn't mean much when everyone is so tanky. Everyone's topped up. But Newbie Jung finds one on the back end, finds the Rakan. But is that who you want to find? No, it's not. Newbie Jung might be taken down here. Cannington able to find one, and Rob Butters, no, he's going to be taken down. The pullback, the Death's Grasp finds him with Cannington, and they're just going to run straight to the Baron.
And this is why people say you do not want to fed Mordekaiser on the enemy team. This is exactly the reason why. Once that champion gets going, once that man starts, just popping off, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, the Zodia's also helped out a lot in that fight as well, bought some time for himself, and he just did so much damage. The AoE was insane. Everyone was just taking constant tick damage from that Mordekaiser passive throughout that entire fight. So, well played there, and Esmond was able to get away. It's only Riley Moo who did fall, and even then, Riley Moo was also able to grab up that Baron buff too.
Quick question. Someone in chat said that Seraphine should have went Leandri's. Now, someone else says that it doesn't really matter what mythic item if they would change their mythic item. Do you think Seraphine should have went Leandri's instead of Luden's?
I think Leandri's would have provided a little bit more value here because you have 3 health stacking enemy teammates or enemies, right? Mordekaiser,
Because no,
Mordekaiser's is out,
I do
and
agree with you. I
they'll
think
be back in
Leandri's is
HP.
way better here than
And
Luden's.
Seraphine is reliant on cooldowns, so ability haste as its mythic passive is definitely going to help her out a lot more.
I understand you want to go Ludens because you want the mythic passive, which gives you magic
I
penetration.
don't think it changes the outcome, though. I think it is a better item. It just doesn't really do much.
It doesn't really. Now if he was playing like how I'm thinking of a champion, Victor, like Teemo,
Azir.
or like Azir.
You know, I don't think would work here.
Yeah. Like anyone that can use Leandri's really well, then I feel like it could change the fight. But
Rouge Rodin's found Butters! Able to take him down, but there goes that depth charge, keeping them alive for just a little bit longer. Butters just going to be taken down by Rouge Rodin. He doesn't care, and Poisonous Viper going to be taken down by the Xayah as well. Newbie John can't do anything. The unstoppable onslaught means nothing, as he's just there to watch team die, maybe just to die as well. But a beautiful Ogre comes out again, and the shutdown comes through. The damage is there, and they're able to find so many kills. Darwin Theory and Riley Moore are the last ones standing and are forced to run away. They tanked for way too long.
yeah, and that was an insane encore by Sergeant Hades, laning another. Was it a 5-man encore or 4-man encore that time? Was it a 4-man? Okay, Mordecai was not present, but that was an insane encore by the Seraphine, almost killing the entire team.
Yeah, that was a very, very close team fight, considering how far ahead the Gators are. Almost 10k up now.
And also, I don't think you noticed. Did you saw how fast Zinzao was moving?
Yeah, Karma's. Yeah, he goes fast.
Like I was like, wait, is he Sonic? Like, holy crap!
Yeah, is that a Rammus?
Yeah, is that a Rammus in this game? I didn't think Rammus, was in the game. But as I was saying before a long time ago, I get in arguments with people all the time that people saying that Essence Reaver on Xayah is bad, and I don't think Essence Reaver is really bad on Xayah. It gives you mana, it gives you the mana refund, because Xayah does use a lot of mana when she casts her abilities, and it also gives you Sheen.
I think the main issue though with Essence Reaver is Xayah's cooldowns are relatively long. Even Q.
Well, yeah, and it gives you CDR too.
It gives ability haste, yes, but I just think I think a Phantom Dancer is just a lot more value. I see Essence Reaver only really good if you're able to spell weave a lot, and Xayah just isn't a champion that's very good at spell weaving because she has no auto resets. All of her cooldowns are very long,
Now that
and
could
ability
be,
haste is nice.
that could change next patch. You never know, because they're buffing her. So
I think they're just gonna buff her damage. I don't really think they should buff her cooldowns. I think they're in a okay spot here.
But all I know is Esmond's been proving us wrong. He was super far behind, and now look at him. He has 5 kills under his belt. Yes, he does have 4 deaths, but he has 6 assists on top of that, and he has 3 items.
Yep, he's ahead of his lane counterpart there now as well, or has been ahead. The farm differential is pretty insane. Has a few more kills under his name, like you said. And we see 2 Anathemas chains here on the Xin Zhao and on Canatin. They're going forward. They're fighting Newbie Jung here. They're just going in. Paranoia has been used. Rakan trying to get in there, trying to move forward. The Grand Entrance has been used. No quickness just yet, but the flash forward finds Butters with the Feather Storm as Darwin Theory claims that one. Depth charge onto 4, but that doesn't mean anything as Canatin finds Seraphine on the back line.
I didn't realize Canatin was fighting in the backline, fighting Seraphine, until I saw the little marker saying Seraphine was dead. I'm like, what in the world? Because I was confused. What?
Where these Anathemas chains are being used.
Yeah, I can you check that or no?
You can check on people who are alive. So you just have to wait just a second, but they're just trying to find something here on Stuck for Darrow. They're able to root him up, knock him up, trying to do as much as they can. Redemption coming through with the Karma, and he has to flash out.
Again, really, really good plays by the Gators. It seems like the Gators are coming in, they have a plan, they know what they're doing, and it seems like the Rattlers are kind of like not playing what their comp needs to play. Oh,
Seraphine's TPing here. Oh, the Aqua comes through, but it doesn't mean anything. Elder has been claimed up. They're looking at trying to find the fight right now. The speed comes through. He is fast. He is furious, and he's going to take down the Seraphine.
Seraphine was one of the champions that has the chains on, by the way.
So it is Kaisa who has the anathemas from Canopton, and
Okay.
Rouge Rodin's anathemas is on Sergeant Hades. So
I'll-
reduced damage, reduced tenacity, that's rough.
A lot of people do not realize how good, in my opinion, Change is just super OP. And the reason why I think it's super OP is that it doesn't, you can stack it, you don't have to be next to the champion to stack it.
They're going Baron.
You reduce their tenacity, and once it completely stacked, you reduce their damage. And it's all damage. So that means that includes true damage.
Other than true. Other than true.
No,
True
it
not
doesn't.
very
I think it does.
There's no way. There's no way.
I have to look. I have to look at the item specifically, like exactly what Riot. But a lot of people saying it blocks true damage as well, and negates it. I don't think it does, because like you said before, true damage can't be blocked. Like it should always go through. But I think true damage
ignores anathemas.
It does ignore. Okay. So, but that's still quite a bit of damage is being, nullified. So the only thing that can literally go through is the Kraken for
That's it.
Kaisa.
But all of her other damage, where a lot of it comes from there, they're looking on stuck for Darrow. He's very tanky, though the shields are a lot. They're trying to take him down here, but he's just getting shredded. He's going to be taken down before that ultimate even completes. And they're just looking to end this game right here. They have 2 siege minions. They have a super. 3 siege minions now attacking the towers. Paranoia is being used. They're trying to fight against the Elder, but the Elder's too strong, and Encore again comes through, but it means nothing as they're slaughtered in their own base. Newbie Junk's trying to do what he can, but he's going to be taken down. As this game is over, the Nexus is being hit, the cannons are hidden, and this game is going to game number 3 as the Gators take home 2.
Yeah, that's an insane game so far. That's 2 games on the Gators' belt.
Yep. 2 of them, and definitely going the way they needed to here. Very, very powerful.
And yeah,
very strong games coming in. Very strong performances.
And if you look at it, that Xayah damage.
Yeah.
And you can see it. Like I said before, Xayah's not a champion you underestimate. Never underestimate Xayah. Like, yes, she might not be the greatest ADC at the moment, but put in with a good team, like an engaged team, like what the Gators had, she can just literally dish out so much damage, and it's insane. And that's what Esmond actually did.
Very, very true. And, overall, though, just well played coming in from the side of the Gators, though. Even after that cheese, they were still able to stand strong and, take the game home in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Mordekaiser played well as well throughout the entirety of the game as well. 8-0-5 on Can of Tin. Silent Warrior up there on the top side, just, winning out the lane for free. And Darwin Theory also played incredibly well. I think Karma does need some nerfs.
Yeah, I have to say...
You can't really fault Darwin Theory for picking a champion. That's good. Like, there's no reason. It's not his fault that the champion's broken.
That is true. It's not his fault. But you got to get props to the entire Gators team. Like, Zenzao played really well. Can of Tid played out of his mind. Esmond had a rough start, as you saw.
Rough lane, but was able to farm up. Look at the farm
was
differential.
was able just to farm up, and not just farm up, but he was also able to just use the his gold lead to his advantage. Yeah, 242 CS.
And the main issue, though, with the Rattlers' composition here is they have to go in, right? We said this at the beginning of draft. Their comp wants to go in, and when you draft a Xayah, you just want to be able to peel away, walk backwards, and with double enchanters, you're just able to do that a lot more easily, and you just have that bruiser front line to just chill and help you out through this early game and escort you towards that, to that 3-item breakpoint there.
Now, we're going to go into a quick break. Remember, we are doing Player of the Series. So, the Player of the Series will come out at the end of the entire series. And we're just going to go to a quick break, and we're going to go into the analyst desk and talk more about the game for game number 3. But until then, we'll see you then. And welcome back to the analyst desk. We're gonna, me and Saul are gonna break down the game and, more and go in more depth and see exactly like what both teams did right and what both teams did wrong. Saul. It seems like Salt's not here yet, so that's fine. But both teams played really well. If I have to give player of the game to anyone in that game, I'll have to either give it to Can of 10 or Esmond. I would probably more fall under Esmond than Can of 10, just because Esmond's early game was really, really rough. He got killed, solo killed, he got ganked a lot, but he was able to pull through that and come out on top and also doing the most damage in the game. What are your thoughts, Salt?
Well, I think overall, just a well-played game from the Gators. Playing from a disadvantage, they've shown us that they can play from behind, and they most definitely did. But the Rattlers, showed some signs of life there. But it was just a Gator show after that 10-minute mark.
Yeah. What do you think the Rattlers can do to come back?
Their draft was sort of they sort of countered themselves with their draft, realistically. Mainly because they picked the Seraphine and Kaisa not, or into like into the Zaya, right? They saw the Seraphine, or they saw the Zaya, and they picked double engage. And they already saw that they had double peel with Karma and Rakan. So it's gonna be very interesting to see.
Now seems like it seems like Rattlers decided to choose to go with red side this time, and I don't know if they're out of order, but maybe they are switching up.
I think they are.
I was thinking,
so they're just trying to get themselves going here, but we should be getting into game very, very shortly here, or at least draft.
Now, do you think picking the carry jungles is still like the ideal of going with the Rattlers? Or do you think they should focus more about team comp wise, like the Gators have been doing?
I think playing for the team here is a lot better. We saw that their team fights have potential here in both Game 1 and Game 2, so I think playing towards that, playing simple to execute comps that don't require a lot of execution error, or that don't entail a lot of execution errors, could definitely help out a lot there.
Yeah, I do agree. I like how they first picked Nocturne, but as you saw before, first picking something like Nocturne is kind of it's not the greatest thing when you are doing that, because as you just saw, Gators just picked an entire comp that kind of countered Nocturne in general. And
very true.
And Nocturne, yeah, he nobody was able to do like really well in the early game, as you saw. But once they start hitting that power spike, once Mordekaiser was able to get online, as soon as he did, there's not much that nobody could do anymore. And as you said with the thing with Kaisa, the nerfs to Kaisa is just way too much.
Even with that lead, she just wasn't able to do very much.
And and definitely when you go up against someone like Zaya, who can just self peel herself, she can self peel, she can do damage, and then
has the Gale Force to get away as well.
Has the Gale Force to get away and has the ult as well. And then on top of that, she has a Rakan and a Zinzao and a Karma backing her up. So it's
a lot of ways to do whatever they want. The Zaya is just going to be very strong in that sense, especially with the comp that the Gators did draft themselves. It's relatively short ranged when it comes to actually dealing damage. because Kai'Sa's very low range. Nocturne is a melee champion. They have long ways in, but when it comes to damage dealing, they have no way to do it from afar, and that's the best way to deal with the
And
Xayah.
it looks like both teams are ready, and the first bans are going to come out. That's the same. It's going to be the Lee Sin and Zoe. So if Gators win this game, that means Hades of Zoe has been 100% ban rate throughout the entire split.
Yep, and Rattler is going to ban the Tristana as well as the Karma, so that's going to be happening this time. No Karma for Darwin Theory in the
It-
lane, and the Viego also taking off.
I respect the Karma ban. I really do. She's a really tough champion to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
As you said, like her base ability damage is just insane. She does literally as much damage as like a Zerath or a Lux.
Yep. And it is coming into the first pick. Gator's going to grab up that Xin Zhao once again for
Ooh,
Rouge
and
Ronin.
that's a great first pick here. That
It's one of
literally
the best view ones you can ever grab.
that literally says, hey, you can't counter jungle me. I can counter jungle you no matter who you pick. Depends on the items I go. And I have really good team fighting. And then the Rattlers decided to go Rek'Sai Lulu. How do you feel about that?
The Rek'Sai here is one of the few champs that can actually, deal with that Xin Zhao when it comes to straight up duels.
Now, do you build Bruiser on Rek'Sai or do you build Lethality on Rek'Sai? I don't remember.
So a lot of people are either going Stridebreaker or Prowler's Claw into Bruiser. So it's really that first item that does determine, or that does change between builds. Rek'Sai can use that Prowler's Claw as a gap closer, or use the Stridebreaker for extra attack speed, beefiness, as well as a nice slow. But the Gator's going to grab that
the same Xayah Rakan comp. I'm liking the same comp that the Gators are opting in for. Now the question is, are they? Do you think the Raz are gonna ban the Mordekaiser?
That's very, very true. Will they ban that Mord? It was a menace throughout most of the game. Early lane phase, it did struggle a bit. Did get poked out by the Scion, just because the cooldown rotations are just really hard to deal with. But it is going to be Ezreal Lulu here, picked up for the Rattlers, a very safe bot lane.
That's actually, a really good safe bot lane, a really good poke bot lane on top of that too. It just might, it is the same thing.
That's how you poke her out. That's the best way to deal with her. She's very short range, but she has a lot of self-peel. So if you're just able to poke her out before fights, she's going to have a rough time, and it's going to be that instant inhibit ban as well as an instant.
The only thing I have to say, I think you can polymorph Rakan in the middle of his W, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. I do agree with chat. I have never seen Rek'Sai with Lulu or Ezreal before.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting.
I guess it's more like I think the Rek'Sai was just picked for the Xin Zhao, and the Lulu is just an overall good champion. But the Ezreal really doesn't fit the identity that is drafted for the Rattlers here, because they want to look for early game. They want to go in with this Rek'Sai. They want to find some early game strength here. But Ezreal Lulu, it's a very safe lane. Doesn't really do all that much. Has very little gank setup there for the Gators. It's very good at counter engage, but very poor at actually engaging as well. But the Orianna synergizes pretty well with that Rek'Sai here. You can put the ball on Rek'Sai's tunnels in, sorry.
Yeah, Orianna's a safe pick, but I was hoping that they would pick the top laner here. Like, Sergeant Hades has been, outperforming this entire night, and I feel like he deserves to counterpick because you can just easily counterpick Orianna here.
They have options here, and the Gators are once again going to have to blind their top, or not again. They are going to have to blind pick their top, so we'll see what they do grab up here. Tin, has been playing pretty well here for the most part. And Stucktrick Darrow, was doing really well game 1, but game 2,
is he gonna go for the Corki again?
The Corki picked up for Darwin Theory. Now that's a lot of scaling.
That's a lot of AD. That's a lot of AD. I know Corki's AP, but he builds AD though.
But you still have to build magic resist to counter his damage.
True. That is true. Because Corki is one of those special cases.
Mm-hmm. And, it's very interesting, though. They pick triple scaling with a Xin Zhao, so...
Yeah, that is true. Not a lot of opting in with Xin Zhao's early game. I did forget I actually did forget that Corki is technically full AP. And here comes the game plank.
Oh, the GP picked up here for Can of Tin.
Can of Tin has proven time and time again he can play game plank. And I love watching good game planks.
Yes.
He's one of my favorite top laners.
One issue, though, with their comp, though, is they're very, very squishy, which will allow the Orianna and the Rek'Sai to just pop off here and deal their damage and not have to worry all that much about someone standing in their way.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, though, the Gators have incredible scaling. Ezreal Lulu doesn't really do all that much, and, Xayah is very weak in the early game, but Sion, once again, for stuck for Kadira.
I don't like the Sion here.
It does give them a front line. It does give them a meatball, but, Corki Xayah will just eat that alive.
I prefer, if you're going to get a tank that has, really good engage, because Sion has really good, I would rather have gone the Malphite. Malphite with Orianna, in my opinion, is a lot better. Because with Sion, yeah, you can put Ori ball on Sion, but, you have to, time it correctly where it doesn't, her ball doesn't go back to her. Since Sion goes super far away. I just feel like the Malphite would have been a lot better with their team comp. That's just me, though. But I do think Sion is really good in the game plank, if I remember correctly, if I remember the matchup. But I do know that if Canton plays correctly, and he can outpoke the Sion out of lane.
Mm-hmm. And, you said Canton can play it. I don't doubt it for a second here. And, the GP can definitely make things happen here. Also has some decent global pressure. And, Corki has some semi-global with the package available as well. So, the Gators here want to be playing the map very well. I think they want to be looking to be in the area first when it comes to these early game objectives. They want to have that Corki ready to go. They want to have the package going as well. And Gangplank wants to be able to set up, be in position to get some good barrels down, some preparation going.
And someone just made a point. They gave counter pick to top lane just to pick Sion.
Very, very true. I don't know how I feel about, using the counter pick to grab up a tank, I think if you're going to, do that, you should have just picked the Sion R4 and given counter to mid.
That's what I feel like, too. I feel like you need to give counter to your mid laner. Your mid laner is I'm not saying it because Sergeant Hinge is a good player. I'm saying in general. Mid lane is one of those lanes that you always want to have counter pick. Unless you're playing like Karma or Seraphine, you can be, flex pick.
I think top lane is the lane of counters for the most part. Mid lane is a shorter lane, so counters aren't really that hard, as punishing to deal with. But in top lane, where the lane is longer, it's super extended, you need to have that counter pick there. But I don't think Sion is the way to go, I think you go something like a bruiser that can actually deal with the gangplank. Mord is not the option. Potentially go... Camille is taken off the table, but there are definitely some champions to think about that you could probably take. Tanks are a good idea, but, you don't really want to use that counter as a tank. You really shouldn't.
Well, no, that's the reason why I said you should give it to your mid laner most of the time, because if you're gonna pick a tank, no matter what tank you pick, they're gonna do the exact same thing all tanks do. Just stand in the middle and just just be a meat shield.
Very, very true.
So that's why I was saying that they should have given the counter pick to the mid laner, or even give the counter pick to the ADC, or or in the jungle. Maybe wait to pick jungle here, and then you pick Sion. I don't know exactly, because that would change up the whole kind of draft thing completely. But I just don't think picking Orianna R4 and then picking Sion R5 is a good idea.
I'm definitely inclined to agree there. I think that, grabbing up your tank as your counter pick just really isn't the plan because, tanks are meant to lose lane anyways. You're not really going to do much there. So you might as well just...
Now, he could play a fast one on us, and he could be going... I don't think he's going to be going this, but he could be going without his Scion. And play a fast one on us.
What I want to see here, I want to see GP build towards the Bruiser-esque build. Because there is a lot of high burst damage coming in from the side of the Rattlers. Orianna, Rek'Sai, known for just using a lot of gas and being in fights. Orianna has some good consistent DPS, but that Shockwave is going to be very, very imperative to how these team fights do play out. But Rek'Sai, has the combo, and that's about it.
Now, my question is, how does Orianna ult works with Rek'Sai ult? Because I know she tunnels to the ground and she pops up. Does the
don't know how
ball follow and does the ball go with her underground?
I'm not sure how that interaction works. We'll find out here in this game, but
because I have never seen Orianna, Ezreal, Lulu, Rek'Sai together. I've seen Rek'Sai with Sion before. I guess I have seen Rek'Sai with Ezreal because Ezreal's just a strong ADC at the moment, but I've never seen this comp put together like this before. I guess you can say.
Very true. Now, overall, though, I think the Rattlers have a very broken identity with their composition. They have champions that want to play just chill. They want to poke out, do stuff like that. But you have a Rek'Sai, and you have a Sion who the Sion is just a meatball who wants to engage, but the Rek'Sai has to go in. You really cannot peel for anything. So this jungler doesn't really fit their draft very, very well. Although with the Gators, everything sort of works out fine.
The Gators, yeah, you can say that, but you can also say that the Gators comp doesn't really work as well either, because they don't really have any engage on top of that. They have Zinzao as the only engage.
They have Rakan.
Well, and Rakan. But the issue is, if Rakan or Zinzao go in, they have to deal with an Orianna.
They have to deal with an Orianna, yes, but I would... the Zinzao can negate a lot of that damage with Crescent Sweep. Rakan has the move speed to be able to dodge away from the ball. I've seen Riley Moo's able to pilot this Rakan very, very well.
Yeah, no, and he's been playing out of his mind as Rakan. I am leaning towards more Gators comp again. I think Gators comp is just a lot better, a lot like what you want to see out of a comp. I think Rattlers comp is more like solo queue.
Very true.
I think you see more this comp in a solo queue game than you would see this comp in an actual game. But we could be proved wrong, and Rattlers could come in and they could win this game and bring it to a game 4.
Yep.
And that's what we're all here to see. We're all here to see a sweet series and two teams finding it out until their last breath.
Yep. But
predictions are open. Because you heard our takes, I'm gonna go in and vote for the Gators, but you guys can vote for whatever team you think is gonna win. But until then, we're gonna go on a break and see you when the game starts.
Welcome back, everyone, here for game number 3 of the Gators taking on the Rattlers. Side change has happened. We have the Gators on the blue side for once and the Rattlers on the red. As we get things rolling, we get things started, and we'll see what happens here in game number 3.
It looks like, they might be going for an invade for the Gators.
It could potentially look for
How
something
do you
here.
feel about that? I don't know how I feel about that.
They have a good invade with the Rakan, with the Zinzao, but it's going to be spotted
yeah,
out here.
they're gonna spot him out. Oh wait, if Gators don't be careful, they can
They
go
got the
for a
wards down,
collapse. Oh, it looks like they're actually gonna go in onto the GP.
He might be caught here. He should just be able to walk out, though. They got
No,
that
yeah,
ward, though, so it is going to be a trade of vision here for both sides.
Yeah, very good ward placement by both junglers.
Yep. And they just want to back up and grab up those red trinket wards there, so they can just sweep next
And
time
then
they look for a gank.
Now is Rek'Sai gonna go for the blue start again? I would prefer
don't think so.
Rek'Sai should start with the red side, but it looks like they're going
Oh,
for
never
blue. I
guess
really
he just wants
think,
better leash.
yeah, I think the red side starting is a lot better because you know that Xin Zhao is going to start. Wait, no, Xin Zhao's starting blue.
They're going to see him.
Okay, I wonder why they're starting blue.
Maybe just because, the bot lane wants to look for some cheesiness here.
Maybe Xayah.
Oh, it's going to be spotted out, though. The ward is going to see them, though. I mean, I like the cheesiness there. I think the Xayah Rakan level 1 is actually kind of powerful if you start that W as the Xayah. You're able to get some great attack speed in the Xayah.
But it looks like Esmond actually started Q,
Yeah.
which is
Esmond
still a good start in my opinion.
It's a good start. It allows you to farm from range. W is better for fighting level 1, though. And they find Poisonous Viper with the first knock-up. Grand Entrance comes through. That's some decent damage onto both Butters and Viper. Target selection's a little awkward here from both sides, but it is going to be, in general, the Gators winning out on that trade.
Oh, you think the Gators won?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh,
And Darwin Theory trading very aggressively here up into Sergeant Hades.
and it makes sense. Oriana's early game is not the greatest until she gets her shockwave.
But neither is the Corkies, though,
But
so it's very
Corki,
interesting
yeah.
to see them trading so aggressively here in this early game.
I think it's just they want to try to get
Forcing the Flash and Poison Viper. Great Grand Entrance coming in from Riley Moo.
That was a really nice engage by the
Oh,
Rakan.
Rouge Ronin is getting invaded here by Newbie Jung. The spike comes through. It's a lot of damage. The healing is trying to do his best here. Rouge Ronin, though, winning out on this one, and Sergeant Hades trying to find it, but he might find the knock-up flash forward from Sergeant Hades trying to find the play. Is he going to be able to find it? Trying to get to his jungler. There he is. Darwin Theory finds first blood, and this is going to be a second one coming over very, very shortly. Rouge Ronin is going to be caught up by Sergeant Hades. Other way around, my bad, but it is going to be a double kill for the side of the Gators as Zinzao picks up one, and Butters was able to find both Riley Moo and Esmond on the backside of that, so it's going to be a 2 for 2 overall.
Yeah, if it's kind of funny because if you look at it, Corki got a kill, Zinzao got a kill, Ezreal got a kill, and Lulu got a kill.
Yeah, Lulu got a kill as well.
No, if you didn't see what happened, Rakan tried to go in and he missed his W, and Xayah tried to stun, but as soon as she walked up, Lulu just eat her, and she died.
Right. Yep, Lulu does a lot of damage for some reason. It's really, really balanced, seriously. Provides some of the best shields on such a low cooldown as well. And,
really?
and Sergeant Hades here taking a decent chunk of trading here as he has the teleport available. Both mid laners have the teleport available, but Orianna a little bit more susceptible to ganks because she has no real escape.
That is true. But don't forget, Orianna can use her W to speed her up.
Oh, Newbie Jong! Looking on Canatin, has to cleanse this knockup though. Canatin might just be dead here. He has the flash, he does not have the aura, and she's trying to find something. He has the flash, but it's just gonna be Newbie Jung finding that kill.
And that was
Chomp.
a really good gank by Newbie Jung. You know, taking advantage of Canatin overextending himself. You don't really want to overextend yourself as Gameplank because he is really easy susceptible to ganks.
Ooh. Knockup comes through. That's a lot of damage already. And Canatin coming back into this lane with a severe health disadvantage.
Yeah, and you don't want to see that when you're playing like a champion like Gameplank, who wants to stay in lane. Now he could heal himself with his oranges, but the problem is that his oranges are a crucial thing to cleanse stuns and roots.
Very, very, very true. But the Scion's not going to be there for a little while, so it's sort of fine to just use that orange to sustain, get your health back up that way. And we see Zinza once again going for that very, very early dragon, and the call back on Esmond as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, Esmond knows that he
Rouge
has
Ronin might be caught out here. Smite comes through. He's trying to heal himself up. Rylimu might have a way in. Steel comes through, and Darwin Theory's there as well. The Conqueror's proc. Newbie Junk forced to flash over the wall. Darwin Theory following with that flash as well, and Newbie Junk smites again, and is going to be taken down. Rouge Ronin trying to get his way out. He has no way. He's trying to Grand Entrance does go short. Not able to find it, but it is a 3v2 here. Esmond is there as well. Rylimu trying to find something, but they're not able to find their way into the fight, as Butters gets another.
Again, these dragon fights. It's always the dragon fights that you see these intense fights at. Poor Zinzao, he couldn't get away. He did not land his E on nobody, so he kind of was just stuck in the dragon pit, and just had to. He tried so hard to get out, but he just couldn't. A lot of good trading going on the top lane.
Esmond, Poison's Viper being caught out here. There goes that Grand Entrance, but they are going to disengage that fight. And I think, I guess, like, the main thing that happened there, Newbie Jung did the same thing. He died for the Dragon Smite, once again.
But he got the dragon, though.
He got the dragon, yes. He got the dragon, but he died again. Same thing as Game 1. So they are just, unfortunately dying for this early dragon. I don't think that's worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't think...
It's just a cloud.
If you
burn
can't...
the flash, got it killed as well, and it went to Corky, which is very, very scary to see.
If your team can't rotate fast enough for the dragon, don't just give it. Just give the first dragon. It's first dragon. You know, yeah, first dragon it kind of sets the mood.
Poison
of the
Viper being
game.
caught out here. The root comes through. The Blade Caller exhaust is there. Ignite might be enough. The heal comes through. Last auto Riley move finds it as Butters has to watch his support die.
A really, really good engage by Rakan and Zaya, Esmond both.
Wait, why did Newbie Chung base there? Darwin Theory was super overextended. That is not the play there.
Yeah, interesting. It was a perfect gank for the mid lane.
As you can see though, Newbie Junk actually specking towards the Prowler's Call there, as you can see with that, with the Serrated Dirk. The Corky very, very strong tier, and Sheen just like the Ezreal, so both of them going to be scaling up equally at the same time, but Corky going to have that level advantage. And the Zaya has that Sheen, is going for Essence Reaver first, actually.
Interesting. No, Esmond could be doing your typical buy Sheen early and then go the mythic item. I see a lot of people do that. Instead of completely buying the Essence Reaver, it just for that little bit of a power spike with Zaya. But I would like to see him finish the Essence Reaver though.
You know, I guess it is a stronger one-item spike than the Gale Force itself. You know, Gale Force provides attack speed, but ability haste, AD, and a Sheen passive is a lot. Ooh. Poisonous Viper and Newbie Jung waiting in the wings here. They might just look to dive this Corky. Oh no, Darwin Theory. They're going in on him. He has the Valkyrie. He's going to be flat or knocked up there, and the Shockwave helps Sergeant Hades claim that kill.
Yeah, that was a really good, like, I don't know if you call it a lane gank, but opposite size gank. It was really clean, really well done. I don't think Lulu really needed to be there, but, you know, extra backup is never, you know, a negative.
Never a bad thing.
So, you know, having her there to hover just in case, you know, if Zinzao was nearby, because you didn't know where Zinzao was at.
And just like that, though, you know, Espen getting chunked here by the Lulu and the Ezreal, so double poke once again here coming in from the Rattlers. And Espen chunked. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Riley Moo does force that flash from Butters. Chomp comes through. Double knockup is going to come through very shortly. They're just looking to Poisonous Viper, but Rouge Ronin just actually going to solo kill Butters on the back end of this fight. Poisonous Viper is trying to get out, but it's not enough as Esmond finds his first of the game.
Ooh. And that is, you don't want to see that on the Rattlers. I don't know what was going. I don't think it was miscommunication. They should have known Zinzao was down there. That was a little greedy.
Herald as well. That's so much gold.
Yeah, that was really greedy on the side of the Rattlers to be pushed up that far. Especially when you're 2-0 already.
Ooh,
like,
they can get first tower.
Yeah. And that's really, really good for Esmond and Riley. Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming.
1 HP. Oh, Esmond! Very, very low. They're greeting for this tower so hard they can't take it. They know they can't. Lulu trying to go forward. Poisonous Viper is going to be knocked up by Riley Moo, and Ezreal trying, flashing away. Rouge Ronin is there in the wings, though.
Ooh.
And Hades is there, too. Flash forward does find the kill. Rouge Ronin might be cut out here. Has the flash to escape if he needs to use it. Trying to get out, is able to find their way, but they are going to lose that dragon because of the greed from Esmond and Riley Moo.
That was a nice rotation by Sergeant Hades. He saw that Esmond and Riley decided to agree for it, and he's just like, no, you're not escaping. We're just gonna kill you. And since you guys overextended, you don't get Prior of the Dragon anymore. Because now you guys are almost dead, or you're down a member, and our bot lane's full HP.
Our bot lane's full HP. We can do whatever we want here. And you see Ezreal actually going for that Sunder I mean, he could have gone for the crit build, but he does just one. But Sergeant Hades, it's very even, but Shockwave comes through. He's definitely going to win it, forcing the flash here, and it's going to be a solo bolo in the mid lane for Sergeant Hades.
That was a really, really nice ball maneuver by Sergeant Hades, making sure that Darwin just couldn't, get away.
Essence Reaver, though, has been finished up here for Darwin Theory in this mid lane. Is stacking up that tier very, very nicely, trying to get these first item power spikes going here. Because the Essence Reaver is so cheap.
And don't forget, Darwin did have a rough game the first game as well, too, but he came out really strong in the late game.
Very, very true there. Was able to find it, but Newbie Jung trying to find something here at the top lane, trying to bully Canditin just a little bit more, not able to find it, though.
But as you were saying about the Divine Sunder, wait.
Uh-oh. Riley Moo might be caught out here, but here comes everything. Corky's there as well. They're looking to Poisonous Viper, but the Hugify is just so strong. They're looking to try and take out this tower. They're trying. One more auto. They can't take it down. Esmond has to use that Featherstorm to get away, and they TP'd bot, and they didn't get anything off of it.
Oh, they got it. They got
it. They got the tower. Darwin Theory was able to grab it, but health bars are so low. They have to give up so much topside. TP coming forth from Gangplank, but they're looking for the dive. They have the tower juggle. They can do whatever they want. Canditin stunned up for so long, and he's just going to take so much damage here. Going to be taken down under the tower. Flash comes forward. He's able to find the outplay, but Stuck for Darrow forced to flash as well. But it doesn't matter because they are able to find that kill on the top side.
Yeah, you need to be careful when you TP like that, and especially when you see Sion there, because Sion's just going to chunk you with a full Q.
And stun you for so long.
It looks like Canditin is not having a fun time in the top lane. I feel like this benefits. I feel like it benefits. Gators a little bit more since they did get the tower.
First tower blood is a lot of gold.
They got the kill up top lane, but getting that tower without any casualties. In the bot lane. I think it's more beneficial than getting a kill top lane.
Right. And with that, though, the Rek'Sai is getting very, very strong, farming up very, very nicely.
Well, Rek'Sai's going without it, actually.
Going the Prowler's Claws, I did suspect.
That makes sense. Now, I do remember you cannot Prowler's Claw the minions anymore. Has to be champions.
Ooh, Darwin Theory, taking a decent chunk of the Lulu shields and making sure that Sergeant Hades doesn't lose out on that trade.
Oh, and someone did point out they did push 2 TPs. I did not realize Darwin Theory did TP, but actually that is in favor of the Rattlers. Then if they got 2 TPs, they also got Darwin's TP on top of that. So now
I really want the Gators to try and get the second Rift Herald here because they need to try and break this mid tower, and with an Orianna there with infinite wave clear, they need to try and break this somehow.
That is true. Getting the second Rift Herald is really good here too, but they also need to start setting up for this dragon. They cannot give this dragon soul.
They can just do this this Rift Herald right here, right now, right before the dragon does spawn up, getting themselves some mid prio, and I think that should be the play that they look for. I think that is the best option for themselves right now. Newbie Jung trying to find Darwin Theory, though. Darwin Theory has an item, though. Item advantage. Valkyrie has been burned. Trying to find the knock. I'm not able to find it, though. The smite comes through. Darwin Theory might just win this one. One auto will do it, and he's able to find the outplay in the bottom lane, and the jungler's down right before Rift Herald, right before Dragon.
And now they get Rift Herald.
I mean, they were already getting the Rift Herald in the first place. They needed to make a bot lane play, and unfortunately, the bot lane play went awry.
Yeah,
and the Rattlers end up losing out.
I feel like nobody should have waited a little bit for his Lulu, a little bit until Viper, got in position. I feel like if Viper was there in time, it would have been a different story.
Package has been grabbed up here for Darwin Theory. So they're definitely looking to get this Dragon up here. Everyone's rotating down. The Scion will have to teleport down because he is shoving this wave. Dragon up here in 10 seconds here. So really, really, really need to get here fast.
Yeah, but it looks like GP is down here for the fight. So they could just all in on the fight. And
they're getting mid-prio first, though. Using the cannon barrage right here, right now. They're trying to get this fight going. Trying to get something going. They're able to walk into that. So much damage. Red team finds its shockwave onto 2, but does that mean enough? That might not be the case because the fight is being lost. Sergeant Hades is going to be hugified. The exhaust comes through. Polymorph comes through. They're losing, but Stuck Frick Dare going to be taken down as well as Newbie Jung. The Scion passive will do a decent amount of damage here to Rouge Ronin, though, and they are going to give up Soul Point for that.
Yeah, that was a really good engage by the Gators, but they were just a little tad too late. And to be honest, I feel like giving 2 members for Soul Point, it's not bad.
And they also get 2 towers in exchange for that. They break open the mid lane.
But
take
they
the
do
tier
break,
1, take the tier 2.
But they do break the mid lane, which is really beneficial to the Gators for setting up objectives in the future.
They have this open lane to just walk through now, but they still have to be always wary about this Soul Point. And the Rattlers can just look to trade it for Baron, trade it for objectives on the map like towers and such, because now the Gators have to contest every single dragon that comes up on this map right here, right now.
It looks like, Orianna is opting in for the Everfrost. I have not seen Orianna with Everfrost.
It's a little different than what we normally see here, but does provide a little bit more utility, and will stop that Corki in his tracks because he's just been engaging 1v3 every time, 1v2. So
yeah, both Corki and Zaya have completed their Essence Reaver.
And we also see that the call is almost finished for Esmond. He's almost there, finishing up that one. And there goes that True Shot Barrage, going to chunk Esmond just a little bit there in the mid lane.
Yeah, and not a lot of damage, but not too little damage.
Ooh, they're going in, and the Unstoppable Onslaught going to be used to get out.
That's actually been if you think about it, that's really good for the side of Gators. They took out a really good engage ult by for the Rattlers. So now the Rattlers can't use Scion to engage for their fights, but the only negative thing about it is that you revealed that Zinza was topside.
Very true, but there's no objectives on the map here. There's nothing realistically to do here, and Canton might have bitten off more than he can chew here. Up against Stuck Frick Darrow, he might actually lose out on this fight because Newbie Jung is here. Newbie Jung has shown up, forcing the flash there. Exhaust is down, and Stuck Frick Darrow is able to get away. TP coming through, though. Unstoppable is there, but Darwin 3 is going to show up very, very shortly. TP is there. There goes the Valkyrie to keep him alive, and Sergeant Hades is showing up, though, going to peel away that Corki. But it's a rotation. It's a party in the top lane. They're looking for more. The health bars are low, and they can look for something. They can look for the dive potentially. No, Darwin Theory going to be knocked up. The wave going to be hit, and the Everfrost going to do so much work here. Darwin Theory barely going to live. Might be taking on flash forward, and Stuck for Dare not going to be able to take him down there. Sergeant Hades trying. Riley Moo not able to find it. Short grand entrance. Rouge Ronin not going to be able to find much. He's going in. He's trying to find a little bit. Goredrinker does heal him up a lot, and this Hugify comes through. Rouge Ronin trying, but that shield is enough. Present sweep is there. Darwin Theory going to be taken out though. Stuck for Dare on the front line is going to be taken down though. Canatin trying to peel away that Scion, but it is going to be a team fight win for the Rattlers.
Yeah, that was a really good team fight for the Rattlers. Like I said before, the reason I feel like that engage was ganking top the way they did was pretty bad because you revealed that Zinza was top, and Zinza went, as soon as the gank failed, Zinza went straight bot.
Stopping the backs here. They're looking to do a little bit here. And what can they realistically do? Poisonous Viper very low. The quickness has been used here. Poisonous Viper going to be taken out. The exhaust is there. Esmond forced to flash out. Butters is strong. Butters can look. He has poke. He can just do whatever he wants here. They have to be very, very careful with how they play this next fight out.
That was a really good tower engage, but also really good, nice poke by Butters trying to, trying to do something. Because I don't think they were expecting, them to stay and tower dive like that. I wouldn't have suspected. I don't think even, high elo players would expect it, especially how low they were. But as I was saying before, when the top gank failed and Zion ulted, Rek'Sai was topside.
Very true.
And of course, the Gators could not known that because they didn't know exactly where it was. But as soon as Xin Zhao left, Rek'Sai just came and ganked, and just got a free kill, and also an ult on top of that. So that's why I feel like ganking top like that was beneficial, but it wasn't beneficial at the same time.
With that here, though, positioning for this next dragon.
Yeah,
here,
this is soul point for
this is soul point.
the
Sion's not
Rattlers.
there.
If the Rattlers gets a soul point, I don't think the Gators can come back.
I think they are in the lead. I think it's definitely doable. They're looking to start this one right here. Newbie Junk trying to find their way in. TP coming through from Sion. They're trying to get this Newbie Junk trying to find their way in. They're just going to focus him down. He can't even get the smite off. Blue team gets it. And the Corki finds the backline, trying to do something rooted up in the backside, though. Canditon doing so much. Newbie Junk going to be taken down eventually. Poison Never finds Darwin. Theory. Stuck for Darrow, stuck in the pit. Going to be taken down. Sion passive is available, though, but he's still tanky. He's finally going to be taken down. Riley Moo has no way in. Rouge Ronin forced to flash out. Has been trying, but it's going to be a double kill for the Orianna. Shutdown comes through. It's just Rouge Ronin and Can of Tin. There goes that Shoe Shot Barrage. Rouge Ronin is tanky. Rouge Ronin has the Gore Drinker available, but the poke from Orianna, the poke from Butters is just too much as they're trying to find more. Trying to find the barrels, though. Polymorph comes through. Cannon trying to find one. Is able to take him down, but the root comes through from Everfrost, and it's just going to be a team fight win for the Rattlers, and only a dragon for the Gators.
Yeah, it's only a Dragons, but you're giving so much gold to the Ezreal. And on top of that, is that your entire team died for that one dragon. I feel like they had to give soul here. I feel like they shouldn't have done that. Like, I understand it's Ocean Soul, but I feel like you should have just got Baron instead of Soul.
If you build healing reduction, you can really negate the power of Ocean Soul. So it may have been a decent idea to trade for that Baron, but they thought they had their spike skill. But Corki doesn't have that Mana Mune just yet. Isn't at that full 2-item spike. GP does have the Serpent's Fang as well, though, now, so he will be able to put out some decent shield breaking potential here for the Gators in the upcoming fights here. And at the very least, they do stall this game out for another 5 minutes.
That is true. They stalled the game out, and they just gave so much for the side of Rattlers. It looks like they're going in on Rouge.
They're trying to find Rouge Ronin, though. Just biting him, just taking a chunk.
Now Rattlers do need to be careful. No one is with the Gameplank right now. Gameplank is by himself bot lane just farming.
And he's just gonna keep pushing here, getting stronger and stronger as this game does go on. And it's 2 items on most of the champions here.
You don't want Gameplank to hit his 3 to 4 power item spike.
Very, very true. He gets very, very strong. Ezreal does help out, though, with them getting permanent mid-prio, using that True Shot Barrage, just to make sure they can't really look for anything in this mid-side here. But with this, they're looking to just try and clear up some vision for Baron, because that's the only major objective on the board here for another 2 minutes. So they have to just try and maintain control here, both teams.
I feel like both teams can't.
Riley might be caught out here, but able to get away with that grand entrance. Rouge Ronin might have found Newbie Jung. The charm comes through, able to get over the wall, though, and they just burned Rakan ulti. Sergeant Hades, though, hard losing that fight to Canatin.
Yeah, and like I said before, you need to be careful when Gameplank hits his power spikes. He does have his spell, his Serpent's Fang, which is actually really bad for Orianna.
The shields are very important to what she does, so it's very, very helpful to just make sure she can't really utilize those shields. They're looking for the engage, though, on the backside here. TB coming in on the flank as well. Riley Moo going to tank that one. Might be taken down here very, very quickly. Has been forced to use that Feather Storm very early. Going to be rooted up, though. Shockwave comes through, and he's taken out under his own tower. Huge win here for the Rattlers.
That's a huge win. They now don't have Xayah or Rakan for the Gators, and not only that is that they have to give Baron. Like
They could poke here with Corky Rockets, though. That's their option. That's their way in.
Xin Zhao could go in for a steal. And then Gameplank does have ult.
They can't finish. They're too low. Ooh, Darwin Theory going to be slowed down here, but Darwin Theory taking so much damage. Stuck for Dare very strong. Newbie Jung finds the engage, finds the play. They played for the turn, and they played it perfectly.
Yeah, that was really well done for them. Not only did they got Darwin Theory, they also got GPO. Oh.
Ooh, Poisonous Viper forces to flash away, but Butters is strong. Newbie Jung is forced to flash away as well. They're burning summoners for nothing. Stuck for Dare going to be engaged on here. They're looking to try and take him down, but they don't have the damage.
Yeah, if you look at Sion's items, he has Frostfire Gauntlet into Randuin's Omen. He's not gonna take any damage.
Yeah, we need to see that Lord Doms here finished up here by the Xayah very, very soon. That's the only way they can deal with this meaty front line of that Sion on his own.
And then and Dragon is up in 13 seconds. Do you think Riders can get this Dragon? Or do you think they're gonna give it?
They should be able to get there in time, but the setup is going to be there from the Gators first. But Gangplank is nowhere near. Has the teleport, though. And package is available for the Corky, so they could do something there. Newbie Chung going to be engaged on. Stopwatch was already forced already. Knockup going to be found. They're trying to find him, but he's able to get away using that burrow. They're starting this Dragon up here. Rouge Ronin has no way in, though. They don't have the Cannon Barrage there. They have nothing to see. They're going to try and get Rouge Ronin there, but he's going to be CC knocked up there. There it goes. Dragon claimed up. Soul is there, but they are trying to win this fight. Sion taking so much damage. The Hugify is there, but it doesn't mean very much. Asmund finds that kill. Rouge Ronin is still not taken down yet. Rakan finds another, and they're winning this team fight right here, right now, even against the Ocean Soul. And they're trying to chase for more. They're trying to find more. Everfrost onto 2 stops that engage. And Riley Moo is able to get away with that Grand Entrance. Stopwatch has been burned. They're trying to find Sergeant Hades. Polymorph comes through. Featherstorm is there as well. Gangplank has to use that Cannon Barrage. They find Sergeant Hades. They're trying to find Butters as well. Xin Zhao is able to find their way over. They're trying to take him down. Butters is very low, but the Ocean Soul is healing him for a lot. Riley Moo trying to get away, tries to find Engage, can't find it, and he is able to take down Darwin Theory takes down Butters, but Poisonous Viper on the back and going to be taken down by Rouge Ronin very, very quickly, very, very easily right here, right now, and that is just a clean ace for Ocean Soul.
Yeah, that's just insane. Even with Ocean Soul, the Rattlers secured the Ocean Soul, but for what? You secured the Ocean Soul just to get aced. I feel like the positioning was really awkward. You gave too much pressure for the Corkia package during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gave too much. I guess you gave too much room for Corky just to come in with a really good package, splitting them off like that. And then on top of that, you weren't focusing Xin Zhao or the Gameplank when they were just doing so much damage.
Mm-hmm. So Lord Doms has been finished up here by the Xayah and Frozen Heart on that Ezreal. He is going to be that much tankier. But we need to see some healing reduction here coming in for the Gators because of the Ocean Soul. That is a big threat they have to worry about. Riley Moo might be caught out here, though. Going to be knocked up, has no way out. The Polymorph is there. He has to try and get his way out. Going to use that Grand Entrance, and he's chunked before this Baron.
Now, Ezreal does have his Frozen Heart, so Ezreal is actually going to be really, really super hard to kill. I think the only person that can really kill him is like Corky, right?
Xayah has that Lord Dominix, though, so that means that armor doesn't really do as much as it used to. It is going to be a lot harder. That is true, but
he's still Divine Thunder still makes you a little bit tanky. It still gives you,
but it does proc that Lord Dom's passive, though.
That's true, too. It does proc.
Oh, Rouge Ronin might be caught out here. Prowler's Call comes through. Rouge Ronin is going to be hugified, is trying to get his way out of here. Rouge Ronin is able to heal up, trying to do something, trying to output that damage as he can, but he can't do much as he's taken down.
Yeah, I don't know what Rouge Ronin was doing right there.
Maybe wanted some vision, maybe wanted something. I'm not too sure. That was not the play to make, though.
Yeah.
As they want to try and start this Baron and try and do something here. While this jungler is dead, he's down for another 20 seconds. They're converging on this Baron. The Orianna is doing some good zoning here. And they do know what's happening, though. 11,000, and Xin Zhao is not going to be there in time.
Now, Rouge Ronin isn't up, so they could...
There goes that Cannon Barrage. They're dealing some decent damage there. And Newbie Junk very low, actually. Poison Viper as well. Gangplank is setting up, is getting some barrels down. Riley we're trying to find something, but a beautiful, beautiful double. Shockwave finds 2. Darwin 3 going to be taken down. They're farming them at Baron, and that is just a free Baron for the side of the Rattlers.
Yeah, the free bench and free 2 kills.
Yep.
And now...
And it might be 3. Gangplank has no way out. He's trying to take down 1. The exhaust comes through. Newbie Junk is taking a decent amount of damage. Will it be a trade kill? Hugify comes through. No, it's not. Ezreal finds that kill.
And you do not want to see this on the side of Gators. You don't want to see that both, like, you know, your jungle getting caught out like that, and then not only that, you lose Baron, and then on top of that, you lose three members of your team.
Mm-hmm. And we see the Xin Zhao has healing reduction, but that's the only thing they have. Right now, it's definitely the Rattlers are having a good time. You know, they have Baron, they have that Ocean Soul, they have the permanent buff, and they are just going to try and use this Baron advantage as they have it. We'll see if they're able to make something with it, because they have good wave clear, they have good pushing power, and they have great siege with Orianna Ezreal.
Yeah, no, I feel like the only way for the Gators to come back, they need to secure this Outer Dragon. They need to get this Outer Dragon. Like, this Outer Dragon is literally do or die for them. If they can't get this Elder Dragon, like, I don't see them coming back. The gold lead is not, you know, it's not huge. It's on their side.
It's not impactful.
But it just, they have no team fighting. That's the only issue. They don't have a frontliner. They like you said before the comp, is that they have so many squishies.
Darwin Theory might be cut out here. Forced to flash away. Newbie Jung is there, though. Not able to find the knock of TP coming through from the Scion, though. True Shot Barrage comes through. That doesn't mean much. They're able to grab up that tier 1, though. But they did force that TP from the Scion. And they're just hidden, trying to do something about these waves here. And Xayah was able to get a good push there in the mid. No one there to answer her, so they're just trying to do what they can, lose as little as possible, minimize loss here. But Riley Moo might be caught out here. Poisonous Viper might be the sacrificial lamb here, but they have no one here. Rouge Ronin is trying to find something. The quickness was burned already, though. Scion trying to find something. Knockup comes through. Double is there. Stuck for Dara, though, just takes 0 damage. The Ocean Soul healing him too much. Unstoppable Onslaught gets him out to safety. Elder's up.
You don't... Oh.
Ooh, they're trying to find something here, and Corky's basing going to be chunked right here before the dragon.
And you don't want that. Corky cannot back. He has to stay. They all have. Yeah.
Oh, it's 6K. They have to give it.
They have to give it or go for a steal. Like, something has to be done. Like right now. They have to give it. Yep.
They have to make a choice here. And Rouge Ronin is going to be taken down right before, and he can't do anything. Sergeant Hades finds that one. And Xayah just trying to steal, not able to find it. They have to turtle. They cannot fight.
So I don't see Gators coming back from this.
It's a rough position to be in.
It's a really hard position. As you saw, Scion just takes no damage even from towers. He just stands there and just like, yep, this is my life now.
Good chunk there coming in, though. From the Gangplank, they have to try and minimize losses here. They cannot fight this Elder. They know that. They just have to try and stand their ground as they can, but give up if they have to.
Gameplay, they have the healing reduced items. I feel like it's a little too late, though.
Ooh, Darwin Theory might just be taken out here. Sharpar is going to go wide. He is going to be taken down here. Elder Buff claims that one with the help of Butters. And Xayah has to flash away, trying his best out there. But Esmond just doesn't do enough damage.
Yeah, no, it just... Again, the mispositioning by the Gators this game is really huge. They're just, giving so much. They should have realized, hey, they have Elder Dragon. They can't go in. Oh, they're going in.
Oh, Nube Jung might be caught out here. He just got one shot there. And, they still have Elder Buff, though, for a little bit longer. And they can look for whatever they want here. Elder should be wearing off very shortly, though. But it doesn't mean much, as they do have to give up that bottom inhib.
Yeah, I do agree. Giving up the bottom inhib, it's actually really good for the Rattlers. It opens up the bot side of the map for them to work with the rest of the map. Now, because they're gonna send Sion top side, and then the rest of them can go mid.
Mm-hmm. And Baron gonna be spawning up here very, very shortly. But the Rattlers are definitely in a great position to win this game here. They have a gold lead. They've pushed towers. They've gotten inhibs. They have bottom priority for most of the game now. And, you know, even with the farm leads they are gotten by, you know, Esmond and...
Yeah,
Esmond
the
and
farm
doesn't really mean that
lead
much.
the farm lead by Esmond is huge, but the gold gap is not that big between the Ezreal and the Xayah.
Very true, but look at the Corki though. 3 items to the basically full build of Sergeant Hades.
Yeah,
good farm coming
with
from the
10
Orianna.
with 10 stacks on his Medjay
Flame
too now.
Horizon.
Yeah,
We see 2 Flame Horizons this game. One on the Orianna, one on the Xayah.
but you kind of expect that for Xayah, the out CS, you know, Ezreal. Ezreal, you know, one of his core items for CSing is the Ravenous Hydra that he builds because of Tiamat. And Xayah just has really good wave clear, so it makes sense that Esmond is, you know, out CSing him. But you have to give props to Butters though. He's been playing extremely well, poking really well, positioning himself intelligently, you know, getting the kills for his team and doing the damage on top of that.
And also look at the Cyrilla's Grudge there on the Ezreal, going to help himself poke a little bit more because, you know, armor pen always good. And the slow just going to help him land a little bit more Qs. More mystic shots are going to hit their mark if the target is slow.
Now he does have a cloth armor.
Maybe a GA.
That's what I'm assuming. Maybe he's going GA. Maybe he might be going
That's been taking a
Death
big
Dance,
chunk
but I
there
don't know
from
how
the-
Death Dance is anymore.
I don't think Death Dance is
Yeah,
the
I
greatest.
don't know how it works. Like, I think it's not as good as it was in last season on range, if I remember correctly.
It's not nearly as good anymore.
But do you think is there any way for Gators to come back in this game?
Get this Corki to 6 items.
Get Corki to 6 items?
Yep. That's it. Get Corki to 6 items, maybe they can do something. Right now, there's just not really much of a way for them. I mean, they are actually able to take down the Sion now, though. It's just that they're taken down before they can even get their damage off, for the most part. They're poked out, and they can't really fight, and when they try to fight, they're already at half health.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like they need more armor penetration items for that Sion. That Sion is so tanky that he's just. I feel like he's just gonna out tank him even if his entire team dies.
And Baron is up there. They want to start it up, but Elder's also up very, very shortly. They do know what's going on. They should know what's happening here. And Orianna's zoning is just so hard to deal with. It's already at 9k. It's being shredded. It's being taken down so quickly. And they have no way in.
Yeah, they just have to give it here. I feel like they give it. Oh,
Nice root, and it's just going to be Darwin Theory taken down right before the fight even starts. Here comes that unstoppable onslaught. Forces the flash out of 2. And the peel coming in doesn't mean very much here. Esmond has to use everything he can to try and get away. Gale Force is there as well as that Feather Storm, but that's all in defense to get out. And Nubijung just trying to find the gangplank, trying to find Canatin, forces the flash as well.
and again with Darwin Theory down, they can't do outer now. They just have to give outer as well, and that's really bad for the side of the
That's all the
Gators.
game.
That if the Rattlers don't end the game now, they're gonna have an issue when it comes to the point where Corki gets his items, when Gameplan gets his last item and stuff like that. They have to end the game with this Elder Dragon.
Dronin has to find this mid deal. He has to find something. Not able to find it though. It's just gonna be taken down. As his team watches everything around them crumble. TPing down to the spot lane. They're gonna look for a little bit more here.
Yeah, no, they're gonna end through the bot lane, which is really smart. They don't have the inhibitor tower anymore. They can just go get the inhibitor and just end the game. There is no way Gators can win a team fight against them anymore.
It's just too far gone there. They don't have the items. They don't have the strength of numbers. They don't have the strength of teammates. There goes that unstoppable onslaught. Going to do some decent damage to the towers there. It's a good quarter. And Corky trying to find a good package, trying to find something. And Riley who tries to find a good engage. Going to be taken down by the Elder. And so is Darwin Theory. Esmond trying to kite, trying to peel, trying to run away, trying to do something. Is able to take down the Scion, but that doesn't mean much when your base is falling around you as your Nexus is taken down.
And the in game 4 goes to the Rattlers. I mean not the Rattlers. Wait, is it game 3? I mean game 3. My bad. Game 3 goes to the Rattlers.
2-1 game here coming in from the Rattlers here. So now they do have their foothold in the series. They played that game very well, and they're doing their jobs. They're doing something, and they're playing it just well.
Yeah, if you just look at the damage, look how much damage Oriana was just doing.
Corky just didn't farm.
Yeah,
that's basically what happened.
He didn't farm. He kept on getting caught out and just dying so many times. And on top of that,
got caught every fight as well. Got chunked.
Xayah couldn't do much, because the Gators really had no front line to protect Xayah, and you need a front line to protect Xayah, and if you don't, it kind of like makes her not useless per se, but it makes her vulnerable to people like Scion, like Ezreal, like Oriana, and like Rek'Sai, who can just get on top of them. But you have to give it to Esmond. He played really well that game. He flame Horizon the Ezreal. He out CS really well, and he played the champion correctly. It just he could not do as much as he wanted to.
Very, very true. But with that though, should be getting ready for game number 4 here, and momentum has been picked up here. We see some wins in the sails of the Rattlers. So we'll be right back as we get things set up for game number 4. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
And sorry about that. And welcome back to the analyst desk. We are about ready to get into game number 4. Before we get into game number 4, Salt, what's your opinions?
The Gators had a lead. They just weren't able to push it, and the Rattlers took advantage of that. They had some great scaling, and it might not have been as great as the Gators scaling technically on like a on paper level, but um, when it comes to execution wise, I do think the Rattlers actually do outscale. Or did outscale. Mainly because they had a front line that was hard to deal with, and they also had a very, very strong back line of an Ezreal Orianna. On the other side, though, the Gators, every single one of their members was susceptible to being blown up.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you. What do you think Gators should have done that game?
I think they should have pushed a little bit more, gotten their dragon setups a little bit better. I think the main issue is they gave up the soul so early into the game that it was so hard for them to deal with.
Yeah,
Because they didn't buy grievous wounds until it was too late.
yeah, I feel like I see that a lot. I see that issues a lot of times when it comes to games in general. Is that people would wait until the last minute to buy healing cut, and it's just like, yeah, the healing cut items are not the greatest. I do agree, but it's still a crucial item you need in the game. Like if there's a bunch of healing, you need to get it. And like you saw, like that sign was literally out healing the damage he was taking.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I'll always be a voucher for grievous wounds. I think that stat is beyond broken. 60% there is very, very strong to deal with. It literally negates Ocean Soul. Um, so just buy healing reduction. I know it's a big investment. But I think healing reduction would have been very important. I think you could have, instead of going for like that damage of Infinity Edge, maybe opt for a Mortal Reminder, just to deal with that healing that they did have. Because it basically makes every single champion an Aatrox. And you know how you counter Aatrox? Healing reduction. The 60% healing reduction, not that 30%.
but you have, yeah, but yeah, as I said before, you have to give it to Esmond. You have to give it to Canatin. They tried their hardest. Canatin, even though he was having a hard time in the top lane, getting ganked and doing a fed Scion or a tanky Scion on top of that, he was still like one-shotting like Orianna and Rek'Sai and stuff like that as game plank. And like even though Orianna had the shields, he had the Serpent's Fangs. Like, yeah, that's not gonna do much for you.
It does break that shield. I mean, they were up against the Lulu, so it is always recommended to grab up that shield breaker or shield reaver. It's definitely very helpful to help deal with that. But healing reduction is the name of the game here. Because Riot has added in so much of it, I think just reducing it is, every single champion has access to healing now. And I think that heal creep is just insane from Riot as of now.
Yeah, no, I do have to agree. Healing in this game, it seems like it's a big problem, and that's one of the reasons why you need the healing reduction items. Like, just like every champion, I feel like every champion in the game now heals, some way or another. They heal, and it's so easy to get healing reduction now, because not only can the tanks, the mages and the ADCs can get healing reduction, so can the supports and the bruisers. It looks like we're going in the draft already, and looks like Karma and Gwen is banned for the side of Rattlers.
I see the draft. Yeah.
Oh, do you have it?
Nope.
Oh, it's in the chat. I put it in there for you.
Okay. Thank you. Let me grab that up real quick. Nope, they did not DM me.
My bad.
There we go. I mean,
But-
the players did not. The link. It's fine. It's fine. We got it. We got it.
But it looks like
Karma Gwen.
yeah, the Karma Gwen Zen is banned, and then on the side of the Gators is of course Zoe, Lee Sin, and Viego.
100%.
So it looks like the same bands. I'm actually excited to see the Gators back on the red side. They had a good start going 2-0 with the red side. So red side is doing something for them.
Very, very true. But the Rattlers here are going to grab the power pick of that Tristana. Can still be flexing the mid lane, but I think is better as that AD carrier role. But we'll see what the Gators do respond with. What pickup do they want up against this Tristana? But I know the Rattlers do want an aggressive bot lane. You pick Tristana to play aggressive. You pick Tristana to win lane, snowball, get going, get through that item or that power trough that you have, get to that 3-item spike by pushing your lead.
Yeah, I like the Tristana pick, but I feel like I really liked the Ezreal on Butters though.
Diana here grabbed up for Rouge Ronin once again. You know, had a good showing. Oh wait, no, was it? No, yes. Yeah, was picked up game 1 by the Gators, so Rouge Ronin definitely no stranger to Diana here.
And let's see, who do you think is going to be? Do you think now the question is this going to be a mid lane?
And Ezreal
Tristana?
here picked up for
And then and then Esmond picking up the Ezreal for himself. I like that a lot. I really like that Ezreal was picked here. Tristana, you would think Tristana will have an easy time against something like Ezreal who just go in, but if Ezreal builds the Divine Sunder, it's just super hard for her to kill her.
And if he also goes Exhaust, which you should always do if
That
there's
is-
Tristana on the enemy team,
That is true. And
you just press that button and Tristana cannot do anything.
and it looks like Rattlers are going again, opting for the Lulu and then the Elise.
Ooh, so they want to play dive. They want to look for dives here. That's the only reason you ever pick up Elise. So if I don't see a single dive this game, I'm going to be very upset with you, newbie Jung. You need to be diving. That's what you pick Elise for. But, oh, the Braum here, actually an amazing pick.
Yeah, that's a really, really good pick for the size of Gators. It pretty much says, okay, you're going to dive us? Guess what? We got a Braum now.
We got the shield. We got the wall. You cannot throw your
And
shield.
I played a game of Braum the other day, and that champion's so fun.
You can bounce around to your friends. You can throw little icebergs at them, and give them a concussion for a little bit, stun them up. But the same bans for the Rattlers. It's going to be the Camilla Aurelia taking those away from Can of Tin, and Nivea Oriana. Yeah, Hades on that Oriana was very scary, but the Lucian
and
here.
the Lucian. Now the question is, technically Ezreal can't go in the mid lane. So,
But it also does deny them the counter pick of Lucian into Ezreal. Or it does deny the Rattlers the Lucian into Ezreal counter pick. And Lucian does play very well into a lot of the picks that we've seen Sergeant Hades go for so far, like the Control Mage is there. The Oriana was banned away though, but
well, it also counters that the Tristana can go mid, because I think Tristana has a hard time against Ezreal. Solo lane.
Tristana potentially, but she's also very strong into Lucian. So if they do flex out Tristana towards the mid lane, Lucian cannot deal with her burst.
Now Cho'Gath is up for Hades, and the last time we saw Cho'Gath in the hands of Hades,
Very true.
it was a bloodbath.
That was Godzilla. That was a monster. That was the ender of worlds there.
And
That
I would
Cho'Gath
not
was
be
not
surprised if I see the Cho'Gath.
I don't know how I
Oh,
feel about the
Kia-
Cho'Gath figure, but it's the Kiana.
This is the first time I've ever seen Kiana in a
It's the first
in
Kiana's
Legends.
game. Yeah, I've seen here in Legends at all. So
I've never seen Kiana in Legends. Have you? Have you?
nope. First
Yeah,
time.
first time Kiana in Legends Esports, everyone. I'm
First
super
time
excited.
Kiana, welcome,
I'm
Oh.
and the Jace. Now the question is, where's all these champions going
Oh, Jax.
for the set of
okay.
Gators?
Oh wait,
Wait.
that was Jax. That was Jax.
That was
Oh,
Jax?
Jax.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It was Jax.
That's still really good here.
No, that
into the Volibear.
is a really good pick. Yeah, for the Volley Bear.
You know, The reason why, every little bit of volley's damage, you know what that is? That's an auto attack. Now you know what Jax is very, very good into. Auto attackers.
But then again, like, I feel like they're falling in the same category as what they did last time. They have no front line.
But
Yeah,
Jax is a lot tankier than
he is
than
a
tank player.
that is true.
And
He
Braum
is a
also
lot
provides
tankier.
a lot of pseudo tanking with the shield. And we should be going into draft very shortly. There we go. We're getting rolling. We'll see where these are going. I think it's pretty obvious, but we'll see.
Now the question is, Jax technically can go jungle. I've seen it. I don't think that's actually a thing.
Really true.
Yeah, no, I would think so too. But it is a possibility. So, you know, like Diana could go mid, and Lucian still could go top.
Potentially, I don't really think that's a great idea. I think it's just better to send the Jax towards that top side.
No,
He's actually can deal with the ball.
really think Lucian should go mid against Kiana. I think that's a better matchup.
Right. I think that is what's going to happen here. You have the Lucian up against the Kiana, who has a relatively weak level 1. You can abuse that and push that lead further and further. And then just, be the double 80 carry. And you also have that Diana for that AP, so the Volley Bear cannot just spec straight into armor. Her damage will always be relevant.
It looks like there's a deal trying to go on in the Twitch chat. If it goes to Game 5, that can you unleash the Zoe for the Tristana? Do you think that's gonna go through?
I really don't think so.
I don't think Zoe's gonna go through at all. But that's if Rattlers win game 4, and they have a strong comp. The only issue I have is I love playing Kiana to death. Kiana is one of my favorite mid lane assassins. I just don't think she's as good as she used to be.
I think that's reasonable, but I still think she can put a lot of damage in certain situations. And, into a triple squishy, I think, and it also provides some self-peel as well. You can root the enemies as well as knock them away with a supreme display of talent. You have ways of doing things, and you also have that stealth, which is very, very strong into targeted abilities like Lucian auto attacks or Diana QE combo.
Yeah, no, I do agree, and I also I don't think we actually have made a comment on this. I think the support for the Rattlers have went Lulu all throughout the series.
That would be very, very fun and interactive gameplay. It did not go Lulu game 2.
Oh, okay, game 2 didn't it? But
So was the Nautilus.
another thing is I actually did realize is that so it looks like I'm looking at the comps and I just realized Gators can't fight in the jungle.
That's very true.
They can't, because if they fight in the
Those choke
jungle,
points are so hard to deal with against the Rattlers comp.
they have Elise to deal with. They also have Kiana, and they have Volley Bear, who is all really good in tight knit locations like that.
They very much thrive in those situations where they play around choke points or chokeholds because of their wide AoE damage, especially around terrain. And, not having room to dodge is going to be very, very difficult for the Gators to play through. So they have to play through open areas like lanes or river. And they cannot group very, very close together as well. They have to play around away from walls, which is going to be very, very interesting to see how they deal with that.
Yeah, no, you can't play around roles when there's a Kiana on the other side, because even though she might not be as strong as she used to be, she might not be that 100 to 0 you and an instinct type of champion. her team play potential with her ult is insane. If she can land it, and especially against an all, like you said, against an all squishy comp like their team, because if Kiana can land a good ult, like a 3 to 4 man to 5 man ult, and like what does Gators do then? Like I feel like they can't really do much.
Very, very true. The Gators are going to be struggling unless they can get ahead. And it's going to be very interesting to see if they're able to make it work here. But they definitely have some ways to make it happen. The Tristana and Lulu shouldn't really get ahead in lane too much. The Lucian should have advantage and Jack should have advantage. But should allow Diana to look for those Scuttle Crabs, grab those up for herself.
Now, for looking at the two comps, what comp do you like better?
I mean, personally, Gators comp, but I do see the merits of what comp the Rattlers have drafted for themselves here.
And I'm going the same way, but I'm actually going to lead more towards the Rattlers this time, because they have a Volibear with a Tristana. Both those champions scale really well, and I feel like they can use that to their advantage. But we also have Canapton on his Jax, and we have seen him multiple times played really well in Jax.
And Jax is also very, very strong into Volibear. Also outscales almost every single champion in the game. Don't forget about that. So sure, the Rattlers have some good scaling, but the Gators have the Jax special, the split pushing monster.
The Jax, yeah, that's the only thing is that Rattlers. I don't know how Rattlers are gonna handle Jax split pushing, but we're about to find out. And when the game starts, predictions are open. Do not forget to put in your tokens for game number 4. Can the Rattlers win this game for a silver scrapes, or will the Gators take it home and win the championship? We'll find out when we come back after the break.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Here we are, game number 4 in the books. Rattlers on the game has been paused.
Looks like it's been a pause.
Yeah, looks like there's been a slight little bit of a pause going on here.
Do you want to should we send the break, or we'll see if it waits a little bit longer?
I think we're. Yeah, I think we just go to break.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we go, starting with game number 4, Gators on the red and Rattlers on the blue. Once again, the Gators have seen more success here on this red side, and we'll see if they are able to carry it home here. But yeah,
Ezreal and Ezreal went for a really good ward. Oh, nice, really good poke by the Ezreal. You know, standing there saying, "Hey, I have a ward there, so I know you're at. So if you're gonna stand there, I'm just gonna poke you."
oh, they're looking here. They got a ward down there on the red buff, though. So very good positioning there. It is going to be a trade of vision more in favor of the Rattlers, though. Because they will see that the Diana is not starting on this top side.
And they go for they go for a really good deep ward. So now they're gonna know when Elise is wanting to do her Raptors in her red, which is really good for the Diana, because that means that if Diana wanted to, she can go for a cheeky invade.
Oh, Can of Tin gonna be caught up by the shield here, but there goes the counter strike and gonna actually end up losing out on that trade just because the Volley Bear level 1 is actually surprisingly strong, even without a wave to stack a passive on.
Now, do you think the Volley Bear should go tank, or do you think he's gonna go Divine Sunder?
I think he's gonna go Sunderer into tank. I think you have to go Sunderer now. That item is just too good on melees. And the stun comes through onto Stuckfrick Darrow, and Canatin gonna, even up that trade. But the passive from Volibear means he has a lot more pushing power until that Jax does have the Tiamat.
Yeah, no, I do agree. It looks like some training is going on to the bot lane. Looks like a lot of Canatin doing a lot of damage to Volibear trying to, get him off the CS, but I guess it's super hard to get a Volibear off of the CS when he just gets a free shield.
He also gets good pushing power with the passive. Don't have to worry about that. Counter-Strike coming through, and is able to dodge out from the shield as well. So, these short trades here are definitely favoring this Jax. Surprisingly, Volibear not able to make use of that grasp just yet.
I don't really feel like Volibear is not gonna be able to do much until he hits like at least level 3, level 4.
I think Volibear just loses the entire lane.
He does lose the lane a lot because once Jax hits his power spike, once he gets his if he goes Divine Sunder or
Ooh, the root comes through. That's some decent damage there onto the Lucian. But they're looking. Rouge Ronin, though. Canatin taking a lot of damage. There goes the Corrupting Potion. Keeping him alive for just a little bit longer. But Rouge Ronin is there. Finds the first Q. Finds the E. Finds everything. Forcing the flash. Conquer is there. Flashing. There goes the first jump. Canatin finds the first kill. Newbie Jung also flashes. Trying to find Rouge Ronin. Trying to find something here. Trying to trade it back. And he is able to trade it back. Canatin is trying his best. The smite comes through. Canatin has no counter-strike just yet. He's going to be taken down. Ward jumps away. The red buff burn might be enough, and it is, as he's taken down. Ignite came through. Flash forward. Sergeant Hades finds a solo kill in the mid lane as well.
what in the world did I just witness? Elise getting a double kill top, and then some circus act in the mid lane.
Ralimu taking a decent chunk of damage there from that bomb. So, got to be very, very wary of that.
That was
Canatin was able to get first blood, which is very helpful.
Not only did Canatin get first blood, but Kiana also got a solo kill on her laner, which is really good for her.
That's huge. Oh, but they're ganking Canatin again. He has no flash. He has no way out. There goes a shield. It's coming through, doing some decent work. Canatin able to get away, though. And he also has that sustain with the Vamp Scepter as well as the Corrupting Potion. So, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you never like getting ganked like that.
Do people go Mortal Shield Bow and Jax?
They go Blade of the Rune King.
Blade of the Rune King? Is it Blade of the Rune King and Divine Sunder?
It's either Sunder or Trinity Force. Either or works out pretty well.
That's what I was assuming. I didn't know people go the Essence Reaper build like Fiora and stuff like that, but it makes sense.
Jax is not one of those champs.
Yeah, it makes sense why he doesn't. But
likes Rune King.
But it looks like both sides are CSing pretty well. You have Diana who's ahead and 8 CS on Elise. But you gotta, Elise has already have a bounty of 150 gold on her.
Oh, they're going on Riley move there, able to get away though. Bomb does a lot of damage to Esmond as well though.
Really good damage coming out from Tristana.
Canatin jumping right onto Stuck Frick Darrow, able to find that short trade, able to run away. Good stuff there. He easily wins out on these short trades because of that lifesteal coming in from the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, no.
They're looking for the dive though. That's what I wanted to see here. You have an Elise. You gotta look for these dives.
Diane is here to counter gank though. Oh.
Yep. Ooh, Elise might be caught here, able to jump over to the Blast Cone though.
That was.
And Sergeant Hades has 6 though. Supreme Display of Talent was used, but Canatin able to find a good trade onto Stuck Frick Darrow.
Yeah, and like you said before, he's gonna have a hard time against the Jax.
Ooh, Newbie Jog has found Darwin Theory though, and he claims a 3rd killing spree for the Spider.
A lot of damage going out to Canatin, but Canatin does have his counter-strike up. He can go in whenever he wants.
6 has been hit for the Jax as well, so he has that passive available on his auto attack. 6 has been hit for the volley, so both of them have hit some reasonable power spikes here.
And then that's a 3-0 Elise. That's a super strong Elise right now.
And that's very scary to watch. You have to watch out for that.
You have to watch out, and also you gotta also watch out too. Not only is she ahead, but also Kiana's ahead, and then you have assist on to the Volibear who's winning in against Jackson the CS department. And I feel like that's common because, like I said before, it's hard to trade on against a Volibear when he has a free shield. But I think once Jax gets going, it's going to be another story.
Very true. Once he gets that Blade of the Rune King, these trades are definitely going to go in his favor. But they are able to grab that first dragon of the game very early. And that is definitely something that's a little bit helpful here. Darwin Theory might just be dead here, though. Taking a lot of damage. Supreme Display of Talent not available. Like, ooh, Exhaust was used, though.
Yeah, I don't think exhaust should have been used there. Kiana didn't want to go in. She had the cooldowns up, so Sergeant Hayes decided to back off. So I'm curious. I guess he just did it just in case. They really didn't know what the Elise was, so that he could be thinking, well, maybe it's a bait.
And want to dive this.
Mm-hmm.
They're paying for it. And Cannaton going in onto Stuck Frick Darrow. Going to grab up that shield, though, but Cannaton has hit that level 7. And Volibear going in, has the stun available. Not able to find it, though.
Yeah.
And once again, Cannaton going in, finding a good trade.
Yeah, he's shoving really well, trying to, keep the CS off.
Darwin Theory might be caught out. He just dodges away from the Steam Display of Talent, able to flash the stun, but Newbie Jung is able to trade it back, able to find one. Rouge Ronin try and finds the Moonfall onto one, finds the flash, though, has no flash of return, and it is just going to be a 1-for-0 in the mid lane.
Really good escapes. You have to give it to Rouge Ronin. He tried, to do a 1-for-1. He got the ult, but sadly in the end, Elise had flash up and was able to flash out, and on top of that, Kiana did stun her.
It's very, very helpful as well. Having a Kiana, an assassin with CC, always fun to play against.
And it looks like. Do you think Kiana's gonna go the Prowess Claw this game? I'm assuming yes. I'm assuming he's gonna go Prowess Claw this game instead of Duskblade.
I think that's the play that they're gonna go for here. Going for that. Not Duskblade. Sorry. Prowler's Claw just gives them more exposure damage. 15% is pretty high. You're just able to do a 15% additional damage.
And the Mythic passive gives you lethality on top of that, and also it gives her an extra dash.
Yep.
So she can dash to a minion and then dash to the champion.
Very true. And Esmond might be caught out here, taking some decent damage. Exhaust has been used though on the bomb, and Butter's gonna lose out on that trade.
Yeah, it was nice that Butters tried to look for the opportunity, but he need to realize that that hey, Esmond does have.
Ow. Darwin Theory just hard losing on that trade, and Butters is forced to flash away because of the Braum just going right forward. Ooh, Elise looking for a little bit of a lane gank, a cheeky, sneaky down at this bot side. Oh, but spotted out by that ward.
But actually, Darwin Theory might be in trouble. Kiana is going back in the mid lane. He could kill Darwin Theory here. Darwin Theory has no mana.
That's enough for the dash at the very least.
He will get out because I think oh wait, maybe, I don't know.
Ooh, yeah,
okay, yeah, he got out. I think Jordan Hangy, I think the Rattlers know that Diana is on their blue side, or was on their blue side. But I feel like what needs to happen, Elise needs to gank bot lane so they can get Tristana out of the bot side.
Cannaton on the worst end of that trade there. Stuck Frick Darrow definitely winning on that one, and Newbie Jung is there looking for the dive. Polymorph has been used, not able to find the stun though. Riley Moo might be the target. On the mid side though, they find Darwin Theory, and they also find two. Riley Moo is going to be taken down as well very, very shortly, but Butters might be taken down. Huge fight is there. Rouge Ronin going to be exhausted. Butters is going to be able to take down one, but no, Riley Moo going to be taken down as well. It's a 3-for-0. They're not able to find anything. Over the wall, though, Rouge Ronin finds one. He's going to find another very shortly. Cannaton trying to get out of there. Newbie Jung, though, finds everything he ever wanted and more. Newbie Jung is trying, but Rouge Ronin might be able to find the outplay, might be able to do something about it. He finds the shutdown. Cannaton getting dove by the tower. Stuck Frick Darrow is so strong, it's tanky, but the counter strike comes through in time.
What is going on? They're throwing their leads.
Oh, Rouge Ronin trying to find the outplay. He finds the shutdown. Rouge Ronin is so strong, and he finds the outplay. The ignite is not enough.
I don't understand. Why? Why would they do that? You have the lead. You have the lead. There was no point. You knew that Tristana. You should have just let Tristana die. There was no point in going back in. You had the shutdown gold. But you decided to fight the Diana when you know you don't win against Diana, even though you're ahead. Diana has a shield.
They just gave 2 shutdowns over to the Diana.
Now she has a complete mythic item with 6 stacks on her Dark Seal.
And full boots as well, tier 2s.
You just turned this game into a win. This game is now winnable for the Gators. Before it wasn't.
Darwin Theory forced to flash away. Overstand is welcome there in the mid lane. What? Okay, that pathing is really aggressive there from Darwin Theory, and Riley Moo has found Poisonous Viper. Oh, yeah, forced to flash out too. What is this? That is not great pathing. That just forces summoners for no reason. And Candidaten jumping right onto Stuckford Darrow, able to walk away from the shield as well.
Oh, wait, and then
they can just grab the second dragon.
And then you had and then Candidaten.
Board was completed. Stuckford Darrow just can run down here. Candidaten does so much damage. He can just go for the dive if he really wants to. Not going to, though. Rift Herald has been summoned up here. They're looking for the play. Rouge Ronin's so strong. He has the Moonfall. He has the Flash as well. He can go for the play, but the Supreme Disruptive Talon finds 3. Darwin Theory very low, but Newbie Jung going to be taken down first. Butters is ignited. Butters might be taken down. There goes that first concussive blows. It's not enough. There goes that Butter Shot to peel away that Braum, and it's going to be the win for the Gators.
Yeah, that was a really good win for the Gators. Again, I just don't understand what the Rattlers are doing. They're just throwing the lead that they had. You can't fight Diana anymore. You gave Diana 2 shutdown golds. She is now going to be super far ahead.
It's up almost 40 CS.
With 7 stacks on
Darwin
top of that.
Theory, you cannot walk up.
Yeah, and Darwin Theory keeps on trying to walk up on the Kiana. This game is just a big ol' slaughter fest right now.
Yeah. It's not what you want to be seeing there. Flash forward, and it's just going to be Darwin Theory dead again. Exhaust comes out way too late, and Darwin Theory solo killed in the mid lane once again.
I don't think Exhaust is going to save him no matter what. I think he was dead. I think he was dead even if he had Exhaust there.
Yeah, he's 0-5. He's down. He's down in the dumps right now.
That Kiana is super, super dangerous right now.
Mm-hmm. Candidaten, though, is 2 levels up.
Yeah, I don't know why keeps on trying to fight Candidaten.
Uh-oh. Candidaten might be caught out here. He's going to try and die to the Volley Bear on his own, which is fine. That's fine. That's worth.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But Rouge Rodin might be the one caught out here. Might be the one in danger. Is not going to find the Moonfall, though. Is not able to find anything. Shutdown goes over to Kiana.
That is a huge shutdown going to Kiana, and you do not want that. Again, you do not want these shutdowns to go to these assassins.
Yeah. This game is just a fiesta at its finest. Darwin, able to dodge away. He might find the solo kill. Oh, 1 auto will do it. Just not able to find it, though. Butters trying to find something, and he's not able to, though. Taking some decent damage, though. Esmond is trying to do his best to help his support out here in this fight.
Yeah, that was really interesting what was going on in the bot lane. I feel like they need to realize that they cannot force fights like this anymore. Esmond and Braum needs to realize, like, hey, the rest of the side of the map is kind of losing besides my top laner. If that Kiana decides to just randomly just roam down the bot side, there was not even Braum can help them then.
She has full Prowler's Claw and building towards that Mana Mune as well has.
And she has, yeah,
so strong.
Like they need to realize that, and they need to be careful. Because not only that, you also have to deal with a 6-2-1 Elise.
Very, very true. The Elise is just as strong, has that mythic as well. Also sitting on those sword shoes. Rouge Ronin, though, building towards that Zhonya's Hourglass, so, you know, they have the armor to deal with that Kiana, but there goes that Rift Herald going to take this first tower.
That's a lot of gold going towards, you know, Kiana and... Oh, it looks like actually Rouge Ronin is going for a gank.
Able to dodge away, though, from that Glacial Fissure, and it's looking like the rotation towards this bottom side going to be spotted out by that pink ward, though.
Oh, are they? But it looks like they really want to do it. They really want to bait it out. Do you think?
Nope, they can't really do all that much.
Interesting.
They should know he's there.
Yeah, they know that Kiana is there, so they need to be careful. Volley Bear.
Darwin Theory.
He had.
Away.
He did not have the Storm Breaker, so. Oh, Kiana is there.
Might have found everything he ever wanted and more. Takes down the Braum, and they're looking on the dive, not able to find the Ezreal though.
again, they need, like I said before, they need to be careful. This Kiana is super dangerous.
Very, very true. Gotta always be wary of that champion as of now because she's so far ahead.
Like, yeah, like she might not be the, greatest of all the assassins, but once she gets going, she gets going.
And wow, Cannerton just solo killing very easily. Over the wall goes the Volley Bear, forces the flash as well, able to find that leap strike. The healing is insane though from the Volley Bear. And Cannerton is trying to deal with this as best he can. Healing is there, but it doesn't really matter. The Grasp is able to save him for a little bit longer, but it doesn't mean anything as the Jax just bonks him to his death.
Yeah, Volibear needs to stop trying to fight and stop trying to trade against Jax. I don't know why he keeps on doing that. You're literally giving Jax, you're giving Kena 10 free gold and free XP.
And they're going for this dragon here, the second one of the game. The Elise is top side, so they're just going to grab this one. Their top laner did fall, so Jax is going to be there first. Just going to take this one right here.
Kiana does not have ult, so she almost
that was 6
stole
HP.
that. Oh.
Ooh. No smite on the Diana. I'm surprised they didn't pull that.
Well, I think they didn't realize they had it warded, so I don't think they realized that Kiana was there. Because I think Kiana can go past regular wards with her the green element.
Oh, Asmin forces the flash. They're taking a lot of damage. Butters finds a good flash. There goes that true shot barrage, lands onto one. Doesn't mean much, but Variable finds something. Ooh, Cannerton might be caught out here, not able to dodge away from that Carcoon. Good, taking so much damage instantly. Trying to find his way out, able to leap strike away, but it's not enough because they can follow everything he does. Sergeant Hades finds another.
Yeah, and another kill going to Sergeant Hades.
They're going on to Asmin. The bomb is there. Riley Moo is going to try and find that stun. They're finding everything. The Glacial Fissure has been used. The Hugify comes through. The TP is coming through from Stuckfrick Darrow, and they're able to find Butters, but Stuckfrick Darrow may have found Asmin as well. Diana's there, able to flash away, though. They can turn this fight. Asmin trying, taking so much damage, though. Darwin Theory is there, outputting as much as he can. He has the Gale Force as well, but the healing comes through. Riley Moo very, very low. Volibear just doesn't die.
And Volibear has R now, too.
Jumps forward, finds the slow, finds Darwin Theory, able to Gale Force away, but Darwin Theory is not going to be long for life because Sergeant Hades is there.
Oh my goodness, this game. This is just a free fest for Sergeant Hades.
Yeah.
I feel
games
like
games 3 and 4 so far are the Sergeant Hades show. After all,
I feel like Hades, like, you know what? You can ban my Zoe, you can ban my Anivia, but guess what? I can play Orianna, I can play Kiana.
Yeah, that's what's happening so far. The Lucian is not having the greatest time here in this game. This counter or this pick.
Well, Lucian's supposed to counter Kiana, because you want to bait out her EQ, and you can easily dodge it by E'ing away. You have to time it correctly, yes, but you can.
No, you cannot dodge that. Oh my goodness, Riley.
Oh no, you can't. You can't. I remember you cannot dodge her Q because her Q instantly goes to the person when she E's. I remember that now.
Yep. And Miramana finished up on the Ezreal now.
I think this is Miramana, I think, for Kiana too. Yep.
Yep, Muramana's there.
Almost finished.
Manamune, not Muramana just yet.
And then it looks like they're going in for another item. Do you think they're gonna get the Surfer's Fang?
Maybe. I don't think it's necessary this game. I think they go Yomu's or maybe Umbral Glaive as well to help with that vision control.
Yeah, I can see that too. I have to say, the vision on the side of
Cannerton just going up here, dealing with Stuckfrick there very, very easily.
Yeah, I think Stuck finally realized, he's like, yeah, I can't fight this guy. He's gonna kill me. I need to back off and make sure I do not give any resources to this Jax.
Very, very true. Jax is probably the only one that could realistically deal with the Kiana if she's on her own. As of now, there's not really much that any of the other members can do, but they're going for a cheeky, sneaky Baron here at 21 minutes. Sergeant Hades trying to zone them away. 7k left on the Baron. They don't do it all that fast, and they have to turn for the fight. Taking too much damage. They only find Asmund. That's so much damage. They said 1 for 1, though. Shutdown goes over to Asmund. That's not what you want. Rouge Ronin finds 2 with that Moonfall, but it doesn't mean very much. Has to use that Zonius. Has no flash to get out. They're trying to find more. Jax is there on the backside, though. They can win this fight. Here he comes. He finds a stun on 2. Newbie Jung has to use that Zonius to try and get away. Polymorph comes through. Newbie Jung trying. Exhaust is there. Flash not available on the Jax. It's going to be slowed down. War Jump not going to come through just yet.
Really good counter and engage by the Gators. You know, like, yeah, they took down Ezreal, but Ezreal got a huge shutdown gold from Hades, and you don't want that.
Very, very true. And the Ezreal also going to be building towards this Frozen Heart. Going to be super, super strong here.
And that's gonna be a hard time for Kiana to assassinate him.
And that's the main thing. This Kiana is one of the strongest threats here on the enemy team, so you got to build against it. You got to be wary of it. And this Jax has finished 2 items, so he is super strong as well. Also has those plated steel caps, just a little bit of armor. And he's not in the worst spots here. This Lucian, though, not having a great time here.
But as I was saying before, the side of Radlers lacked a lot of vision control compared to the Gators, if you look at the vision scores. But it looks like they're going for the fight here.
Ooh, they found the flash onto Rouge Ronin. He's able to protobelt away, though. His culling does a decent amount to Sergeant Hades. He's already chunked. That's a lot of damage. He'll come forth. True Shot Barrage is used. Not able to find anything. Field goal has been found. But this dragon is going to be started up here. And Sergeant Hades is very low already. Trying to find a flank. Trying to find his way in. Stun comes through. That's onto Darwin Theory. That doesn't matter. The Lucian does nothing. He's already used his only spell that matters, the culling. The positioning is pretty fun here. Newbie Jung trying to heal up, trying to get something going, is able to get some healing back with that smite onto that Gromp. And this should just be a poke war here coming in from Asmund. He should just be trying to poke them out here, do as much as he can. And they're trying to take this dragon right here, right now. They're trying to start it up here. They're positioning forward. They're looking angry. Riley Moo going forward, going to be stunned up here. Rouge Ronin finds 2, finds 3 with the Moonfall. That's so much damage. Butter's very low, stuck for Dare very low. Forward goes everyone, and Newbie Jung trying to find something. Sergeant Hades only finds Canatin, but Canatin is so tanky. Canatin is so strong. He's able to walk away. Newbie Jung going to be taken down as well. Butter's trying his best. Sergeant Hades going to be taken down as well. Darwin Theory going to find his first kill of the game onto Sergeant Hades. And they just take this dragon right here, right now, as Canatin is going to back away.
Yeah, sadly, Kiana was in a horrible spot, and Sergeant couldn't get his couldn't get a really good ult off. Also, again, it's a
Starting the Baron.
Volibear stepping up when he's not supposed to again. Like,
they want this one right here, right now. They can do it very fast. 8 seconds on the Elise, but she has to run. And the one that matters, Sergeant Hades, is not up for another 10. They can just take this so fast. They have a Jax, they have an Ezreal, they have a Lucian, and this goes down right here, right now, as they look to base.
Now, someone did point out, since he did get that kill, his kill gold reset did reset.
Yeah.
So now he is worth 300 gold.
Yep, he's worth 300 gold, and he's also 1 in 6. Not the greatest idea, but he has 2 items now, so he's not the most useless champion in the game anymore. Not having a great one, but he actually is farming decently this game, you know, ahead of his lane partner.
Yeah.
Although his lane partner has also been getting some great roams off, so
that is
you take what you can get.
that is true. And you know, he's actually not that far behind from the gold diff.
Surprisingly not. He's down 1.4k. Not the worst gold deficit in the game. Definitely could be a lot worse, but
Oh, it looks like
it's in here. Ooh, Sergeant Hades goes a go. Ooh. It's not spotted out. Jax is going. Jax is playing the sneaky, cheeky. He's going for it. Sergeant Hades going to be spotted out here. Jax goes forward, and Sergeant Hades trying to get out, trying to run away, but Sergeant Hades does a decent amount of damage as well. And Canatin able to walk away, but Newbie Chung, they're looking for this dive. But the rotation coming in through as well. Rouge Ronin's there. Riley Moo going to be stunned up here. Is not able to get the door up in time. Trying to shield himself, trying to stay alive. Culling comes through. TP comes through as well. And they just TP'd 5-man top as the Jax got his base, got away.
Yeah,
for nothing.
Yeah,
and maybe get this top tier 1, but that's not really worthwhile.
Yeah, and then
you're gonna lose mid tier 2 for it.
Yeah, you're losing so much mid. You're putting so much gold into the Ezreal's pockets even more. Because Ezreal's now on his, he finished his 3rd item. He's on his 4th item now, He has his frozen heart, so he doesn't really need to worry about getting one-shot by the Kiana.
She's building towards her Rildas though, so that is always something. Darwin here taking a big chunk. Sergeant Hades tries to find something. Beautiful Supreme to say talent, but that doesn't mean much. Sergeant Hades very low. There goes the shoe shot barrage, gonna go wide, not gonna find anything. But Newbie Jung just walking up way too far forward. This is like a repeat of something I've seen. That's so much damage using that repel. Does that mean anything? No, it does not. Darwin 3 forced to flash away. Exhaust has been used. Stuck for there, trying to find something, trying to find anything, but he cannot. He's just getting melted, taken down.
And then again, like, why? You saw your jungle was low. Why would you go in and try to fight? Like, you're just throwing the game.
Rouge Ronin can look for the play here. Finding it, that's a lot of damage. Moonfall's gonna be flashed away. Rouge Ronin going way too far forward. Polymorph is there, but they're just gonna take this tower walking back to the team.
Yeah, I don't think that they can't do anything.
They just have to watch their in-hit
Rattlers
fall.
Rattlers just have to watch their in-hit fall, and they might actually
They cannot end here just yet, but
once they get
the Jax is
Ocean
able
Soul,
to get blocked here.
once they get Ocean Soul, this Jax is gonna run the game over.
This Jax is already running the game over, and he is already so strong. Almost finished that third item right here, right now. Maybe he'll have it. No, he won't. He's looking for that Stair X gauge. He's looking to just deal as much damage as he can, and tank just as much as well.
Is there? What do you think are the chances of Rattlers coming back from this?
I mean, it's definitely not over yet. If Kiana finds a nice Supreme Display of talent, they have some great follow-up. So it's on Sergeant Hades to find the engage, and that's, I think, the biggest issue here, that your assassin is your primary engage. The Volley Bear doesn't really do anything. He's just way too far behind. He's not tanky. He didn't build tank, so he's not going to be able to deal with anything up front. He's just going to get melted.
I feel like he should have gone Frostfire or he should have gone Sunfire. I don't think going Divine Thunder. You already have a lot of damage on your team.
He was already losing lane, so I think it was better to just go for the Sunfire or Frostfire, so you can at least do something in team fights. Sunder is the selfish build, whereas Frostfire is the
not only that is it like I said before, you already have a crap ton of damage for your team. You have
they're just leaving Jax topside here as this dragon does spawn up here. So they just want this Jax to farm up, push towers, do as much as he can here. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
The Volley Bear can't do anything about it. He just has to sit and watch.
Yeah, and I don't know what Rattler's plans are. Like,
they have to try to steal this. They have to try to steal Soul. That's their way in.
They're gonna fight it though.
Culling comes through. Red team gets that for free. The Gators have it going, and Stuckford Darrow has no chance up against Canatin. That's so much damage coming forward. The stun comes through. Does that mean anything? That doesn't mean anything, as Canatin just doesn't care. He just lifesteals, he sustains, and he pushes forward for more. And now they have Ocean Soul. This Jack should just run through everything in the game. They're just trying to push forward here. They can probably grab a little bit more. Rouge Ronin just going to grab up this blue buff right here, right now. And, you know, this game was definitely in the Rattlers' hands, but then they just threw everything away.
Yeah, they threw it when they just kept on dying to the bot lane, and then Volley kept on trying to fight Jax. I'm so confused exactly. They ran one at a time into the Ezreal. And then Volibear just kept on trying to win a fight that he's never gonna win. So it's quite interesting to see like how like teams like this who can get so far ahead, get super far ahead, and then just
Can of Tin here. He's looking for the 1v2, but I think he's bitten off way more than he can chew. He's going to be able to Zonia's that. But the reset's there on the Kiana. He's trying to find something. Supreme Display of Talent is way too much as Can of Tin overextends, gets caught.
Did Kennington have a shutdown gold? I don't think he did though.
Nope, but I mean he stepped up way too far forward there, honestly.
And that's actually, I guess you can say that's kind of beneficial to
Rouge Ronin trying to find Stuckfrick Darrow. Does he win? That is the question. Diana's very strong, has Zonias and everything. Flash from the Volibear gets him out to safety. The Rouge Ronin over the wall forces that Stormbringer, forces everything. And well played from Diana. She's so strong. She's 3 items. Has that death cap as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's really bad for the Rattlers. Not only they had to give they don't have soul, but they now might have to give Baron.
The Jax is going to be up in 10 though, so it's not the worst thing in the world. He can TP and push, or he can TP to help the team fight.
To be honest, he should just TP bot and just push. There's no one to really stop
Should just
him.
walk. They can't really do the
Unless.
Baron in the face of a Lucian, Diana, and an
Well,
Ezreal.
I want to TP until I realize they're all there. But yeah, no, really, Jackson just TP bot or TP to the team fight to save his TP. Just walk down bot.
Oh, Riley, we're going to be stunned up here. Taking a decent chunk of damage, but the shield does a lot. That door is pretty helpful. And Jax is just going to start that split push. No one can match him either.
Yeah, no one can match the Jax. Jax is just pushing. He's gonna get this inhibitor tower if nothing is done.
Ooh, Cocoon goes wide. Rouge Ronin trying to get out here. Taking a lot of damage, though. But everyone's there. Nubijung spit off way more than he can chew. Taking a lot of damage. Zonia's is there, but a beautiful 3-man moonfall. That's so much damage. Oh my goodness, that two-shot barrage just ripped through the enemy lines. Catatin finds the TP, finds the way forward. Trying to get someone. Can't get anyone, though. Ooh, Rylamu trying to find that last Frostbite, just not able to find it, though. But they are definitely happy with that trade. They can do Baron right here, right now. The jungler's dead, and so is the support. They're starting up the Baron right here, right now. I'm going to grab this up and just end the game whenever they want.
Yeah,
this
no,
is pretty much over.
This is definitely over. There is no way for Rattlers to come back from this. I would love to see it, but Kiana is doing negative damage to their team, their entire team now. Even he can't even go in one-shot Lucian anymore.
Oh, I think she definitely can, but the Lucian just never there in position to actually get one
That's the
shot.
thing. The Lucian's always in between, Braum, Ezreal, and Diana, and then no one can match Jackson split pushing. He's too far ahead. He's about to finish his GA.
Yep, gets that GA, he will be super, super happy.
Also, I did not realize it. Esmond decided to get Serpent's Fang on Ezreal.
He wants to break those shields, I don't think it's that bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I didn't think it would be a good item on an ADC until I thought about it.
If you just want to break shields, it's definitely the item to go for. I mean, it's the only item to go for, really.
But
Canatin doesn't even need to worry.
It's because I think he knows he knows that Kiana is the issue, but he also knows that Lulu is also a major issue as well. And so having an item that can break that big shield, as you see right there, it's really crucial. So you don't, so you can just go and kill the Kiana as fast as possible.
Ooh, Nubijung looking for the assassination here. They might have found Riley Moo. Polymorph comes through. There's no way out. The support's taken down. They're trying to take this tower as well. Candiston trying to trade something for a support's life.
Yeah.
Able to grab a tower at the very least.
To be honest, this benefits Cicadas a lot more because now he's
Stuckford Darrow just takes so much damage. And Rouge Ronin trying to find something. Butter's taking so much damage. Instantly one-shot. Sergeant Hades might have found the outplay, though. Rouge Ronin has the Zonias available, but it doesn't even need it. It's not net. It doesn't even matter. Esmond's there as well. Rouge Ronin going to be able to flash away. And it's Diana who finds another. Canatin just pushing forward. And this game is just over. The Volibear does nothing. The Volibear just has to watch as his base crumbles around him. The inhibs go down. The team pushes forward. And this game is over right here, right now.
Yeah, this is definitely game right here.
Darwin Theory trying something. Doesn't really do all that much damage, but Rouge Ronin does. Just ignoring Darwin Theory, though. Poisonous Viper are going to be taken down by Canatin in the end. Just Stuck Darrow also going to be taken down as well. And this game is just over. It's going to be 3-1 in favor of the Gators.
And your champions
Grand champs, baby.
are the Gators themselves, going 3-1 in a game that they should have lost.
And there we go. The Gators take home game number 4. They take home the title of Grand Champs, and they definitely run it back for the LAS players who were part of the Gators of last split.
You know what's crazy?
So Gators take home 2, but don't forget this is also Canatin and Esmond's second championship in a row.
That is true. But also, if you did not realize, every game was won on the red side.
True.
Red side's the key. It really And welcome back to the analyst desk. Your player of this series, of the entire series, is going to be Esmond. On that last game, going 6-5 on Ezreal.
Yep.
And I believe he deserves it.
I think Esmond played very well every single game. He had great farm, had some great damage numbers as well. Overall, just a well-played series from the man himself, Esmond. What a great player, and definitely deserving of 2 titles here at Legends Esports. Definitely one of the greats here.
Yeah, I do agree. He played really well. Like, there were a lot of games where he had, a hard time with laning phase. But other than that, he played really well. But you have to give, props to Can of 10. Can of 10 played extremely well, especially the last game he played well. And then the Mordekaiser game he played well. But I feel like Esmond had a lot more, I guess you could say, a lot more competition in the bot lane, because he not only did he have to worry about the Rattlers bot lane, he had to worry about their jungle and their mid laner, and they were down there quite a bit. I have to say,
very true.
And he played it extremely well. He only died twice when Kiana was super fed, and that's pretty impressive in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Any last thoughts before I join the champions and their call?
Congratulations to the Gators, and well played. You guys definitely were the better players on the day. The Rattlers also played very well as well, especially game 1. That's where they showed their true colors. Game 2, they did take a step back. Game 3, they looked good too. But overall, though, the Gators had consistency where it mattered. Esmond and Canaton, Rouge Ronin as well, just consistently playing very well, and Riley Moo being the catalyst, able to find some good engages and good peel, and that's very important here. Darwin Theory was a little bit of coin flip, but hey, you know what? When you're able to output those numbers there in game 2, game 1, I think, that's where it matters. You can rely on your teammates. That's what matters the most. Just if you're in a bad position, just let yourself get carried, and that's exactly what Darwin did here, game number 4. But for the rest of it, he did his job, he did his damage, and you can't really fault him for that.
Yeah, I have to say that. I think he played really well against a person, a player like Sergeant Hades. He is known for being an extremely great player. He knows how to play champions. He just proved that he can play Kiana, and you never really see Kiana played a lot anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes to show, he's a good player, and it also shows that Darwin, he hold his own to the best of his abilities.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that should be noted.
Bro.
But I'm gonna join the champions and call and ask about their thoughts.
Have a good one.
Will do.
Congratulations. Congratulations once again.
Hello. So, what do you guys' thoughts?
It's a bangerang.
Easy clap.
Two series, 2 splits in a row. Esmond and both Can of 10 have won.
Esmond actually didn't play last split.
Did he not play last split? Who played last? Oh, wait, it was Revisman that played last split.
He
and
subbed for my team a couple times, yeah.
Okay, he did sub. But anyway, still, even subbing in, he pulled some wins for you guys.
Yeah, I stole his Penta on stream last split. Yeah, it feels good. Back-to-back champs.
So, what made you guys go with the Jack stop for the last game?
Bonk bonk go smash.
It's also
It's on the bear.
It's also my counter pick for Volley Bear.
What do you guys thought about the last game? Were you guys worried about the last game since Kiana was so ahead, or did you guys no, we got this?
Honestly, we weren't even in a bad spot when Kiana was ahead. We still had a gold lead across the board. It was just Kiana that had all the kills on their team. So we weren't too scared. As long as we just don't keep getting picked off, we just play around the split and we should win.
We had Dregs the whole game. I think that's kind of what we were figuring out. It's like even though we were down in kills, we had 2 drags, so it's kind of.
You guys gained the early dragons. I think almost every game. I think the only game you didn't get early dragon was the game you guys lost.
Yeah.
Real.
Yep, whoever got the first dragon ended up winning the game.
And then one last question: how does it feel that all the games that won tonight was on red side?
Dude, I'm telling you, red side.
It's OP unless Tin's on Aurelia, then we need blue.
True. I can't play Aurelia on red side.
Well, any final thoughts for the Twitch streamers, for the Twitch viewers out there, for Legends?
Hey, GG's to Vipers and Tigers. Tigers was the true second place team according to Jonesy. I'm gonna have to agree with them. They're the only team that brought us in 5 games.
Yeah,
that
I agree with
that is true. I remember that night.
Yeah. But no, all the teams played really well. For sure.
Well, you guys earned your victory. Like you played to your heart's content. You earned this. Go out and celebrate. Be like, hey, I won another tournament. How does it feel?
Dude, I'm proud of all my boys, man. Riley came into the league gold 3, man's plat 3 now. Darian's gapping like every other mid we play against, and Ben's just a really consistent jungler.
I have to say, I know a lot of people were bashing you on Twitch chat, but Darwin, you played really well against Sergeant Hades.
Dude, he's against a D2 mid laner, and he's like plat 4. What do you expect?
Like, you played really well. I have to say. Like, and I know everyone's saying like, oh, blah blah blah. It's like it's first of all, people gotta understand. So it's Sergeant Hades you're going up against. He has clapped almost every single mid laner in the split, and you weren't at first. You weren't the mid laner. You were the ADC, and then you went to mid lane. I don't know if your main role is mid. I think your main role is ADC from what I remember. But I feel like you transitioned really well and you played extremely well.
I hop around roles a lot. I really appreciate being able to hear that. It was kind of rough, especially between the games, games 3 and 4, and looking in the chat when I could, and it's like brutal.
I mean,
But
he played fine in games 1 and 2. Yeah, like he won lane in game 2, and game 1 like, he had a really hard comeback like with really good quirky packages. So like people are just bashing him for playing against someone who's higher elo than him. Like that's how it's supposed to happen.
And then I understand that feeling because I'm Heartstuck Silver 3, and when I play on the LAS draft, I go against Gold 1s, and sometimes they destroy me in lane. Like
Happens.
It happens, and then there's sometimes I do well against them. It's just sometimes you have bad games, sometimes you have good games, and I think you played extremely well against a person who mains mid and who is D2.
I actually really appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. But I'm gonna go, and so I can end the stream. But you guys have a wonderful night, and congratulations on winning the LRS Draft Summer Split.
Thank
you.
Try hard 7.
Okay, with that, I'm going to end the stream. Do not forget to check out the game tomorrow for the LAS pre-made. It's going to be PvE versus NSG. It's going to be a great series. I highly recommend you watch it. So far, all the streams on the pre-made games, on the draft games, have been extremely amazing to watch. So I cannot wait to see the series played out. But until then, guys, you guys have a wonderful night.